I'd like to call the meeting of the Planning Commission on March 26, 2025 to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Chair Borders,
Present?
Vice Chair Cron,
Here.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Pizal, Commissioner Preston,
Here.
Commissioner DeChristopher.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Commissioner Peterson.
Oh, Commissioner Peterson, sorry.
Here, present.
I went out of order. I'm sorry.
All right. Commissioner DeChristopher, will you lead us in the pledge, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to welcome everybody to our Planning Commission meeting. There are two satellite places in the building if you would like to sit down. One is right outside the door, and one is down in front of the theater. You can, and they're TVs, and you can watch the whole proceedings. If you can still testify and speak from those positions, all we need to do is make sure that you've registered here before you speak. The first part of our meeting is public comment. This is the part of the meeting where we take public comment on anything that is not on the agenda for tonight to be discussed. And one of the things that I think everyone needs to realize and know is that we will not be discussing tonight we will be discussing the Carson City Master Plan revision, but this is the city's plan on land use. We will not be discussing the new Carson City Downtown Square Master Plan, which has nothing to do with our Planning Commission yet. This is a conceptual plan authored by the developer and not the city staff, since it's not part of the Carson Master Plan revision. And if you would like to discuss the new Carson City Downtown Square Master Plan, please do so when we take general comment here shortly and at the end of the meeting. When we discuss the revisions of the Carson City Master Plan, you will be welcome to speak on that topic, but I would request that you limit your comments to the current revision of the master plan. If you are here with your postcard to check the map as to how you've been designated, the lady over there that's raising her hand, Heather too, will be happy to help you, and you can just go over there and she can answer your questions on that. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. When you come up to speak, please make sure that you have signed in. Press the button on the mic so that the green light turns on. If the green light is on, don't press the button. That means the mic is hot and you can speak. Please keep the mic pretty close to your mouth, about 2 inches or so we can record it clearly. And finally, I wish that everyone would right now make sure that all their cell phones are turned off or on vibrate. Having said that, is there public comment at this time?
Yes, sir. Just for the record, we are on the record.
Yes.
My name is John Brenshaw. I'm here on behalf of Glenn E. Anderson, 2154 Abel Lane. For the public record, without prejudice, I invoke UCC 1-308. Any future plans, designations, interests, claims of point are to be brought and addressed to John M. Renshaw at said address. I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And make sure that they have that information.
This was just, thank you.
There are 2 chairs. If you want to speak, you can just come up and take one of the chairs, please.
Anybody else for general public comment? Press the button. There you go.
Thank you. It's been a long time since I've done this. My issue is regarding the downtown. I'm Doreen Mack. I was an interior designer, Lofty Expressions. I designed the downtown area, worked with a group of people. We developed a 501c3 group. And I didn't find out about this new downtown plan until 2 weeks ago when some people in Reno contacted me if I'd seen the video, and I was just absolutely appalled. And I was the one that was behind the initiation of getting the last plan resolved, which was taking the freeway out of Carson City. We added parking, removed the fence, widened sidewalks, put in brick walkways, signage and landscaping, as well as designing Telegraph Square with the four-corner bump-out signage, landscaping, and brick crosswalks, all to make Carson City a business and people-friendly downtown. This was a labor of love that was met with public approval, and we did not get paid. I had gone to Washington, D.C., and met with Senator Harry Reid for his support that we received. All efforts came to fruition on February 25th when Carson City was named the most charming town in America by HGTV, saying that our historic town, which dates to 1850s, is known for its Victorian architecture, historic landmarks, and proximity to stunning natural beauty. They obviously knew nothing about this new plan. We had a very successful downtown meeting last Saturday morning at the Sheriff's Department with approximately 80 people who attended. Many were long-term residents and some newcomers from big cities who moved here because of the charm of our small, historic town. Everyone was respectful except for two people who approved it. We will not all agree, and you have the right to your opinion, but it is important to be respectful. The new downtown Carson City Square master plan is all about the money, which will affect every concerned tax-paying citizen that loves our town. All this rezoning does not support our work or our community. Someday these politicians and developers will be gone, and just like the Ormsby House that will be permanently closed, has been closed since October 29, 2000, what will they have left for our future generations? The Hop and May Foundation, which is a nugget, and Steve Neighbors are behind the estimated $250 million proposal for downtown revitalization. Their proposal includes a new city hall at East Musser and North Stewart Streets. This money would go a long way in renovating the Ormsby House that is dilapidated, abandoned monstrosity that is an eyesore at the gateway entrance at the south end of town that had been permanently closed since 2000.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne Sarum, native resident of Carson City. First of all, I want to say this is great attendance. Obviously, you can see how much interest there is with the downtown and the master plan. But I know a lot more people would be here if it wasn't working hours, and so we would be blowing out the doors. I first want to say we all understand, or maybe most of us understand, that this downtown project has not been and gone for approval, and it's not approved, and it's not going. We understand that. But there has been steps taken at the last February 21st workshop to start going forward with the city hall, which then, and the courts, the city hall decision, Vern, the city hall decision of deciding whether we're going to do this and how we're going to go. And that was voted on, and that was approved to say we're going to continue to investigate and go forward with the city hall situation of space and the court system. So it was approved. So there is starting to be parts of this plan being put in place. The next thing is that we understand that the master plan may not have been drastically changed to just fit this project, but the increases in the density and the land uses downtown are directly going to impact this plan and also impact the adjoining neighbors to the parcels, because it opens up many more opportunities for mixed use and density downtown, and parking issues, and I mean you can go on and on. And why was this a secret? That's my biggest. It just upsets me so that somebody from a foundation that doesn't even live here started this huge idea years ago and has been talking with, I've even had comments from you as the Board of Planning Commissioners and also the Board of Supervisors that you have known about this and that it's been talked about. We even upgraded our convention center need on our rating of importance because of this. So, and we didn't know anything about this. You know, we needed to brainstorm and kick this off with a big community meeting to understand for everyone. You know, I'm sorry, I'm going to run out of time. We understand that the YouTube video is not set in stone. We get this. Steve Neighbors, I've had a personal conversation very in depth with him about it. But the thing is that if it's not anything what you intention, why even create it? Why even create that in the first place? Why would you not have talked to the residents and gotten a better explanation of what you're thinking about doing? You know, when private hotels and the private ownership of this gets involved, we are going to lose control. We are going to stop being able to steer what we want. And that master plan needs to include provisions and guidance to protect the downtown and what is available to actually be built there. You know, we don't want nothing, but we want to know that it's our plan and it's our downtown and we can enjoy it the way we want to and not somebody else coming in and telling us what to do. So thank you very much.
There's a second chair, if anybody wants it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sandra Owens. I'm a lifelong Nevadan, a third-generation Nevadan, and I've lived in Carson City long enough to know what the community values and what it stands to lose if we aren't careful. So my roots grow pretty deep. This afternoon, I'd like to speak from the heart about something that's been part of Carson City for over 70 years, the Carson City Nugget. It was built in 1954. For many of us, the Nugget just isn't a building. It's not just a casino, it's a landmark. It's woven into the identity of the city. It's a very fabric. Tearing it down isn't just demolishing a structure, it's erasing history. It's severing yet every tie that makes Carson City feel like home and not just a rapidly developing corridor on the map. Even more concerning is the direction this project is taking. The Nugget is being cleared out not to make way for a new city hall, but also for the construction of massive hotels, multi-story apartment buildings, mostly concrete, modern structures that have little to do with the scale and the spirit of Carson City. Let me be clear, the redevelopment is not the problem. The Hop and May Adams Foundation has contributed positively to parts of downtown, and I don't oppose their right to develop their property. The real concern is the city's involvement. The city should not be in the business of demolishing one of the oldest landmarks to make room for oversized projects, especially ones that may benefit private interests more than the public. The city's role should be a guide to development and not participate in it. If private development is going to move forward, then the city should focus on setting firm limits that protect the character of Carson City, and step away from direct involvement in any plan that requires sacrificing our historical identity. And while you're shaping the vision, I want to stress the compatibility standards, especially around height, density, and adjacent zoning, must be clearly defined before the master plan is approved. These are the very concerns that residents continue to rise, and deferring them to a later phase only creates uncertainty and mistrust in the process. We talk so often about preserving Carson City's small town character. Well, this is it. This is the kind of place that has weathered the years, watched the city grow, quietly held its ground on the landscape as the landscape changed around it, and now without real public discussion, it's going to vanish. This isn't just about a casino, it's about respecting the place that helped shape our community's identity. It's about honoring the people who built this town brick by brick and business by business, and it's about making our future reflect our past and not replacing it. Progress doesn't have to mean demolition. It can mean restoration, it can mean revitalization, it can mean giving old landmarks new life while still preserving their meaning.
Ma'am, can I have your name again, please?
Sandra Owens.
Sandra, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rose Kruger, and I'm a resident of Carson City. I did come here from California. I grew up in Escondido, California, that was a semi-rural town up in the northern part of the county. And they just built indiscriminately with high density and completely destroyed the historic nature of the town. I came here happy to join a semi-rural area with the history because I lost mine. I do believe that the pressure to grow and build has been being pushed too fast. You go down the Lampa Ranch, down Airport Road, and the density has changed into much higher density. It never goes down, it only goes up, with no concern for the fact that these things need to be done incrementally to save and incorporate so that we can keep our nature here. It is an important part that has been said over and over in many meetings, that we want to retain our small town, rural cattle and mining history here. And it's going to be lost if we become just another big city because we need to become a big capital, as some have been heard to say. I believe that this is being driven by the developers, that Steve Neighbors has bragged about buying up property along places that are going to be redeveloped, so he will profit, but it will be taken out into the family in Boise. He's not caring about what he leaves behind. And we have many people who are very concerned, and we found out just a couple weeks ago with no time, no surprise, guess what's happening? And that brings for a lot of anxiety and a lot of anger and a lot of mistrust, because if this could be, again, Mr. Neighbors bragged about keeping this low key until he could get it ready to go in one fell swoop, which makes us feel like we've been chumped. And I think that it is an important thing to listen to all the people saying, hey, we want to keep our small town. We don't want to be just another big town. If for some reason somebody feels like we have to become a big city capital, let the legislature play in all of the state of Nevada, instead of mortgaging us and causing retired widows with survivor benefits to lose out. Maybe the tax rate doesn't change, but their valuation keeps going up and up. This happened to a lot of houses, to people I personally know in other places. And that is one of the side effects, is you will be driving long-term poorer people because they're retired or whatever. You're going to drive them out of their homes because they want to develop things largely. You're going to hear about our anger at the city hall. You don't want to hear about that right now. Our anger about the downtown redevelopment, but you don't want to talk about that right now. So let's talk about the densities and all these apartments, these little tiny things going up, blocking sight lines. Excuse me. Thank you.
My name is
Now-
Gloria.
You turn the button off. If it's green, leave it on. Don't push the button. Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
My name is Gloria Dyla. I'm a 45-year resident.
Closer, please.
My name is Gloria Dyla. I'm a 45-year resident of Carson City. I came here from New York City, so believe me, I know about density. And one of the things, my main concern, since we're discussing the master plan, having been involved in the master plan, the previous one, I'm really concerned about the change to high density, mostly because Carson City is a small town, and the traffic impact on this area will be tremendous. I don't think it'll be good for businesses. Parking is always going to be an issue. From what I understand, there's talk about, having paid for parking. I think it'll kill a lot of the small businesses. I won't get into the other plans and whatever, but I think that's a killer for small businesses, because you have customers, they're not going to pay to park it to walk to your place to just browse around and perhaps purchase something. In addition, what concerns me is, as a member of the downtown various communities, the increase of taxes for maintenance of any buildings that go up. With these high-rise apartments or something that have been speculated, there's no talk about, and I don't know how it's affected in the master plan, who's responsible for the infrastructure, the sewage, the water treatment, the water availability. That's always an issue here in Nevada. Who's going to pay for the bond issue for the new, city hall? I am in favor of reconditioning the Ormsby House. I think it'll still be cheaper than a new building. Also, who's going to pay for fire and police increase? There's going to be an increase in crime. It's historically been proven that an increase in the population density increases the crime in the area. And that's something that's very precious for Carson City. You can still, for the most part, leave your door open, run to the store, and come back, and everything's fine. I always feel safe at night. It's safe having the children walk to school and whatever. The other thing is schools. If there's a population density increase, assuming families will be buying these places, not just people who are both working and no children, there'll be an increased need for schools. Who's going to pay for that? The builders apparently of whoever who can build, if you amend this master plan to increase the high density, it kind of looks like the person can do anything they want. And you could have, 20 apartments, you could have 200 apartments, you can have apartments housing 10 people in there, whatever. There's going to be an increase in the fire, police, schools, medical services. We're already down to the bare bones on providing medical services in the community. It's hard enough getting people. So my thing right now is the population density. I think that we should put that on hold and reevaluate that
Ma'am,
so we see what resources we can handle. Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, my name's Heather Coe. I grew up here and I've always loved Carson. I do not love it anymore, and I do not love the people that run it. My parents moved here, started a business, and donated so much of their time and money to make Carson City a wonderful place, working with builders to build homes, and the money goes for scholarships. Now it's all about greed and lining the pockets of our elected officials. I agree with everything that's been said here, and we have a wonderful historic district that we could do so much with and bring in tourism, and you're ignoring all that. And you are currying favor to these big, huge developers, and especially Steve Neighbors, who does not live here. I went to all the outreach programs that Hope did, and the ones I didn't go to, I have friends that went to. Not one person wants this, not one, out of all of them. So I don't understand why this has to continue, where we're begging and pleading to be heard, and we're ignored. We don't want the high density. We don't want parking garages. We want to maintain small businesses and keep the small town charm, which is what everyone said they wanted in all of her little town hall things that she did. And my biggest fear is that what has happened since our current mayor and board of supervisors, who appoints all of you, has come into office. The only thing that's increased are our taxes, homelessness, and our water rates. But the biggest fear of mine is if you go over the donor list, these special use permits that you guys hand out, like candy on Halloween, are to our mayor and our board of supervisors' biggest donors. And that's corrupt to me. So I pray that you will listen to the people and that you won't continue the corruption that's been going on here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Bohan. I'm a resident of Carson City, and I'm here to add my voice to what has already been said. This design is not unique, and it is without charm. Our city planners have permitted outside developers to alter the look and feel of our city. One example I just drove by today is North Roop Street. On the hillside, there are 3- and 4-story high apartment buildings going in. I see no green space. I see no parking, no covered parking. The quality of life for the area citizens is diminished due to increased traffic, pollution, and wear and tear on our roads. So why build so much up and high when there's open space available? And many of our apartment buildings are unoccupied now, which are 2-story. Progress doesn't mean erasing the past. True progress, respect builds upon the foundations already here. Before tearing down and rebuilding, let's look at what we already have available. Our current downtown area is a big draw due to the character, uniqueness, and history it represents. Just as mentioned that HGTV just designated Carson City as the charming town in the USA. We've been told we need a new city hall. Has anyone considered the Ormsby House? It's been there for 20+ years. It's available, has a parking garage. The building looks great and costs less to remodel and then tearing down the current City Hall. Please consider the cost and who is paying the bills. We stand at a crossroads, a time when outsiders and progress seems to be pushing against the essence that makes Carson City a special place to live. I've witnessed firsthand how developers' promises of shiny new buildings, modernization, and business growth have destroyed the charm, history, and quality of many cities, many small cities. Each small city seems to merge into the next, and high-density congestion, traffic, and it just makes for an unpleasant existence. We must advocate for small community-driven development to ensure every new project is built with respect for the legacy we inherited. If developers want to build, they must get the entire community's input, pay for what they want, and not expect the community tax dollars to pay for it. Let's work together to create a future where progress and preservation go together, where Carson City continues to thrive, where we remain true to our values. Let's protect our town's unique identity, honor its rich history, and ensure that our children's children will inherit a well-planned, thriving city to live in. As my 30-something-year-old neighbor said, I want to keep my Mayberry. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Trushinsky. As a resident of Carson City since 1993, I oppose the rush of approval of the master plan. I want to keep Carson City its small town historic charm. There seems to be only one master plan when I feel there should be choices. Carson City now has a population of like 60,000. We do not have the infrastructure for a massive increase in population. Traffic is increasing and will get worse. What about fire and fire stations and police presence with more people? And the more people we have, the more crime. Please give us more time and choices in this matter. This is the people's business. We pay taxes and should have a say. We do not want more property taxes, and we do, because developers only care about money they will make. Please consider what the people want. I also want to add that I don't like the fact that meetings are held in the afternoon and not in the evenings. And we should have town hall meetings on all proposals. And I just want to add that the town hall complex, I just recently heard about it 2 weeks ago, and which means that the commissioners were hiding this fact, and I kind of am very angry about it and resent it. Thank you for your time.
My name is Victoria Williams. I'm a real estate broker. I work right downtown in Carson City. I am coming here on behalf of myself as a small property owner. I own a triplex very close to the location of the Lowe's parking lot there, and the little strip center, Cabayon Market, and the vacuum and sewing repair person. And my property is directly behind that. The triplex was built in 1990, and it was zoned for multifamily. And if you look at that street, Industrial Park Drive, from the dance studio at the very beginning, all the way down to, I believe, California or Arizona, that whole street is filled with multifamily properties, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. Again, my property was built in 1990, and I saw today that they're trying to change the zoning
to industrial flex in that area. That's very scary because I actually represented a buyer that had her zoning in Douglas County changed to tourist commercial. And when she was trying to sell her home, the planning department in Douglas County told people and their agents that if her property burnt down, she would not be able to rebuild a home. So we had to sell her property for significantly less than it would have been had the zoning been in conformance with what it originally was. I would hate to have that happen to me, a small property owner, and all the people that own multifamily property on that street. I'm pleading to keep the zoning as multifamily in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am? Ma'am, that your issue that you brought forward is what we're going to consider at it's 6.1 when we talk about the master plan, and we'll look at it then. Right now, we're just taking general comment, and the only general comment that we're hearing is about the downtown development, which we know nothing about. So well, we know as much about it as y'all do. Go ahead, Denny. Well, I know we know about it now. You probably do, but you don't have to be insulting about it.
No, ladies first.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Darlene Branton Stoa. I'm a resident of Carson City. I've been here a little over 22 years. I'm a homeowner. I was involved in trying to stop the Carson Hill apartments that took 2.5 years over by Save Mart and Clearview. And that particular complex is a very nice complex, but it totally destroyed my view, so I have no view. I am vehemently opposed to the revitalization project and the current master plan as written. This plan is absolutely absurd. I don't know whose idea it was other than Steve's to develop such high-density, unnecessary construction in our quaint little town. But the people of Carson do not want this. Historic homes being removed or torn down, high-rise buildings, increased crime, traffic noise, traffic pollution, light pollution, obstructed views, or lost views, not to mention all of our historic history. We want our town to be a small town where we can get to anything in 10 minutes. We don't need a convention center. We don't need a parking structure, an improved city hall. Move it to another location or this high-density mixed-use property, increased apartments or more homes. We don't need further development in Carson City. Already, the traffic situation is increasing and more homes are being built. Stop the ongoing disaster of the city council and the landowner who just wants to make money and pass the cost on to us, the residents. $36 million for first phase without insurance and taxes. Where's the taxes going to come from? Not to mention $250 million for the proposal for the downtown revitalization. Where's that coming from? What about the ecosystem? You have to think about everything. You have to give the people a chance to listen to this, to figure it out, and all of us be together, not just a few of you making a decision. We don't want it. Listen to us.
Denny?
Denny French, Carson City. Thank you, Chair. First off, I want to say that I've watched individuals in this room that are on the board, on the chair, and the planners, and they have worked diligently on their projects. I do have to say ditto, 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 ditto to what's been brought up about this seemingly, well, the chair said it. We know very little what was sprung on us at Fuji Park. And when I look into it, I thought, well, what tack can I take? How can I view this in a way that would put it in context for me? Because all of the considerations that have already been brought up are crossed my mind as well. But instead of repeating that, I'd like to say, I got a chance to meet Mr. Tom Metcalf at a meeting with Supervisor White on a Saturday. Now, what he builds, I have very much confidence in it lasting. And that's even why, more importantly, if something's going to be built and it's going to be lasting, we want to make sure it's something we want as a community. And I feel that this has been sprung on us unfortunate way, in an unfortunate situation for everybody. It's got people riled up, and I, for the first time, go, okay, well, not for the first time, but I feel like the last person to know, and here I'm budging all the time I can to deal with other things that are my focus, and now this has to be, because I feel, I looked into the Nuggets history to find out where they took their missteps, how they got started, what were their visions along the way, and it's changed over and over and over. And at times when they talked about May Adams, they said, oh, she came in and she found out that some of the issues were financial, and some of them were from mismanagement, and some were from ill thought out considerations as far as business choices. And so I think we're making an ill-educated or uneducated situation worse if we're pushing that such forward without looking into it more. What are we getting into? And all that. I think everybody would just feel better if we had a better idea of that. But I do want to say, when I looked at this history, it suggests that even though the foundation has done some wonderful things, they are ultimately a business. And they're run like that. And they are here to make money. I think in this case, they've got shy of getting the public involved, and that's a shame. Because I think they would have had a better reception where they had to. But I do want to say, I have sat through hours of your reading it. I can't even imagine being able to hang in it like Heather and Hope have as long, and the staff. So thank you, and I do appreciate every one of your comments. Honestly, I appreciate the fact that people are involved. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for all your work on this. I know it takes a lot.
Identify yourself, please.
Oh, my name is Ralph Thomas. I've
Thank you.
lived in Carson for about 10 years. Came from the Pacific Northwest, where I've seen a lot of small towns change into larger towns, and I've seen some of the mistakes they've made. I've seen some wonderful things like Leavenworth, Washington, where they've done a good job with themes and draws a lot of attention and people to the area. The downtown proposal, I kind of object to that, mainly because of the density. They're talking about mixed use down there, adding multiple apartments, condos, et cetera, and things like that, where the infrastructure is not really built for that. What's that going to cost us later? The cost for moving, rebuilding City Hall or building a new one, the parking structures and stuff are, upwards of $40 to $60 million. Where's all that money come from to pay it back? I'm concerned with that because there's only so many of us property owners in Carson that actually pay the taxes. You've got, so much federal land around here, and you've got state land intermixed in the city. You don't collect any revenue from those folks at all, which is kind of too bad. I know it hurts the city, but, adding more infrastructure and stuff downtown as far as residences and mixed use, I don't think is really the way to go. I've seen Eugene, Oregon kind of collapse in on itself when they've done that in the past, and it really makes a mess out of things. Businesses end up leaving downtown because, traffic gets so bad. I don't see anything in that plan that allows an increase in traffic flow along there. They talked about, well, everybody, all the new modern society wants to bicycle and walk. Well, you've only got a few miles to bicycle and walk down here. The rest of it's all trails around town, which is really great, and I enjoy those. But I don't think this area is really conducive for that kind of growth. I think we need to step back a little bit and look at what needs to be done with downtown and take more of an objective view on it and listen to what the people have to say around here. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Please bring it closer. There you go.
Shelley Shannon, Carson City resident, property owner, third generation Nevadan. I am also against the downtown master plan, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here because I've looked at the master plan. Well, parts of it, it's 231 pages, but my concern is it seems like you're catering to the developers. You're making allowances to go from medium density to high density. One comment was that you wanted to allow smaller roads and smaller lot sizes so that developers can pencil out their properties to do affordable housing. You've doubled the bus routes because you expect that our town of 60,000 is going to grow. One of the comments was that we'll need 2,000 more units by 2045. You're going to, by the way you guys are approving complexes, we're going to hit the 2,000 units in 5 years. I mean, it's ridiculous how much it's all apartments, it's all high density living. And that's what we're against. High density mixed use is permeated throughout the master plan. And if anybody hasn't read it, you need to, because that's all the whole thing is. High density mixed use housing. And so I'm against the master plan. I think that you need to sit back and let the residents discuss it and figure it out. I don't think it should go forward. And let alone this Hop and May Adams Foundation thing. Thank you.
Yeah. If there's anybody outside in the satellite offices and you'd like to speak, now would be a good time. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Gary Barnett. I'm a resident since 1990 here in town. I moved here from California. I saw what was going on down there, and I didn't like it, so I moved to a small town that I thought was going to stay that way for quite a while. I don't agree with the high-density housing. I think it's ugly. My question is, where are we going to get the water from? We're already buying water from Douglas County because our wells up here aren't that good. We're going to have to add to the sewer plant to accommodate everything. The main reason I came today was to put a few feelings out about the Lampa Ranch. The big parcel on the south side of Fifth Street. You are changing the zoning on that to high density, I believe. That property's been in the Lampa family for over 100 years. We have cows ranging on it, horses ranging on it. Did you change it to high density? Are you going to pull eminent domain when Sam dies and make them get rid of the property so you can put up your high density when the property's been in the family for so long? My other thing is you keep driving us out. We don't have places for our horses or be able to ride them or anything else. I like the small town atmosphere. That's why I moved here. And like I said before, the high density housing that I've seen going up in town is ugly. And I'm done. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Let me introduce myself. First of all, I want to thank you all for your service. I don't think you could pay me to do this. I've told...
they don't pay us either.
Yeah, I know that, I know. But I can tell you one of the greatest guys in this town is right over here on the right. I've known him for years. My name is Dr. Thomas J. Gibbons. I moved to this town in 1972 when there was one optometrist and one ophthalmologist. I'm a retired optometrist. I love the town, not only because of the proximity to the mountains and the lakes, but because its size, because of historic value, and what it's done for all the local community. Back in those days, I could count the homeless on one hand. Now I realize it's a different time generation. We used to wave at the waiver. Many of you may have remembered him back before the freeway went through. But he was not a burden on the city or specifically the taxpayer. And I was blessed to be fortunate enough because I was the best doctor on the planet, but specifically because I had a wonderful, wonderful associate, Dr. Bill Van Patten. Now, Bill, Dr. Van Vivas, and myself were the only optometrists in Carson Valley. It's probably why my practice took off. And I had wonderful patients like Greg. The reason I'm concerned is exactly the density, the change in our community. We're no longer the West, the old West, and I realize a lot of us are not there, maybe, but I was fortunate enough to be able to build a practice and win in 2011 the Miracle Worker Award for my structure. And this is not to pat me on the back. It's just I had a wonderful contractor, wonderful plumbers to build this on the historic side, and my wife to support me. I'm so proud of that structure today. In fact, I'd make maybe a nice community center or something like that someday. But I am concerned about the value of our town, even if we said, okay, and I do. People talk about the architecture of today. It's scary. You drive down Buckeye Lane and you take a look at the buildings, and I call them cell block 4325, cell block 4322. It is god awful. It's not fit our historic nature. It doesn't fit the tone of our community. And I realize you're donating your time. So I'm going to say that I'm opposed to the existing plan. I think more input needs to be brought in. I love our city. I hate the way it's moving in that direction. So I do thank you for listening to me.
Yes, ma'am. Push the button. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dee Dee Formaster, and I'm sure a lot of you know me. I am here to say that I am against this master plan and certainly against the ripping up of the downtown area. I do want to say that I've lived here since '68, so I must say that things have changed a lot, but they do not need to change in this direction. When I go down to Hollywood, California to see my daughter, there is an immense amount of high-density housing there. It's ugly, and there is no green grass anywhere where you can sit down and pretend like you're in nature. And I don't want Carson City to end up like that. So, I also want you to know that I'm the one who started the petition that stopped the main city buildings from being built right here in Mills Park. Right there in that open space, they wanted to build the city buildings. So we have lots of open buildings, lots of places that could be utilized for the city. And let's take a look at the new buildings that the state is building right there on the children's home grounds. They will have extra space left there to rent out for use. So I suggest you look there to see maybe if our city buildings can be incorporated with the state buildings that are going up. There will also be a parking garage there. So please take a moment and allow the people around you and the public to give input on what is going on in their community. These people are angry and upset, and they should be, because our town is basically being destroyed. And I have to say, the Buckeye Way housing is a monstrosity, and I call it stinky acres. Although it does provide for low-income housing, it is still absolutely awful. Thank you.
There's a second seat. If anybody else wants to speak, you can come up. Don't be shy.
Nope, it's on.
Okay. Hi, my name is Charlotte Stewart, and I'd like to go on record saying I'm against this project. I think before you put such a heavy burden on the taxpayers, that it should be put to a vote by the by the community. I came from Fresno 10 years ago. That wasn't where I was born. I was actually born in a small town, and I moved to Fresno, and I always thought I wanted to live in a big city till I moved to a big city. It was horrible. Nobody had any respect for anybody. It wasn't what I was used to. I was used to, if you were broke down on the side of the road, somebody would stop and help you. Fresno, they'd drive by and flip you off. So me and my husband were like, well, we can't continue to live here. My daughter had a horrible time in school, was always getting picked on. And so we came here and we met people and everybody was nice. And it reminded me of the small town that I grew up in. And I don't want to see it change to be like Fresno or Reno for that matter. Reno's dangerous and it's scary. And I don't want it to be like that. Thank you.
There's no further comment.
If there's anyone else, there's 2 chairs. You don't have to wait.
Go ahead. I'm first. Do I just talk into this? Okay.
Have you registered? Have you signed in?
Yes, now I have.
Okay. You can do that when you're done.
Okay. My name is Tiffany Alm. I have lived here my whole life. I might be the youngest in this room. And I run a business right downtown. I've been there almost 15 years. I love my downtown. I love the people around me. I love the Nugget. And I would be very heartbroken to see my Nugget go, my neighbors go. And as all of us in this entire room, we all love our Carson and our small town. And I would appreciate you guys considering keeping our Carson City Carson and not Virginia City, or excuse me, not Las Vegas. Please don't turn us into Las Vegas. Don't turn us into Reno. Please keep us Carson. And I have a lot of people that walk downtown right in front of my windows and they say, what a cute town. We love seeing what this is. And we have a lot of unique shops. I do unique things where I try to involve my neighbors downtown, dine and dance, come and take a dance lesson, go dine. And I think there's many options we could do to build downtown and make use of spaces. I love somebody proposed something with the Ormsby House. What a beautiful historic building that nobody can do anything with. Like it's no good. There's got to be something we could do with it. And if you guys are the ones that can help figure that out, I think it would be amazing you could do that for us. And I would like you guys just to think about what everyone's saying and how we love Carson City, as I'm pretty sure you guys all do too. And please keep us Carson and not a big city. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Rookwood, and I'm a Carson City resident, and I echo a lot of the concerns of what people have shared here today. And I did want to say thank you all for your service. I am against the Carson City Master Plan as it's currently drafted. I would like to see wording in Chapter 3 change to balanced growth from well-managed growth. Balanced growth creates a diversity of housing and isn't only multifamily units. The downtown mixed use should be restricted to downtown, not fading out into nearby neighborhoods. And I just recently realized that the old V&T property is now going to be high-rise 4 or 5 story multi-use apartment buildings. And that's nice, but what a shame. That was historic property. Something else could have been done with that. Oh, geez. And I am against the huge scale of the proposed city hall development, but that's different. I would like to see the massive multi-year construction projects like that go to us on a ballot. Basically, thank you for listening. I think you understand how concerned we all are. And I sincerely hope you listen to us, the public, and the taxpayers. Thank you.
No, it was on.
It was on. Thank you. My name is Robert Harrington, a property owner here in Carson City. I've been here since 1972, and I actually poured the concrete on the Nugget when they did their expansion back in the day. But that's not why I'm here, and I'm hoping that the rezoning is the part that we're talking about, that you guys are going to discuss
No,
today.
we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. But this is the preamble to that. This is where I
This
would
is
make
just
comments.
general comment on things not on the agenda.
Not on the agenda. Okay, thanks. I'll talk later.
All right. Any further general comment?
Hello, my name is Taylor Sarum, and I am a 26-year-old young adult that is living in Carson City. I bought a home a couple years ago. I've been here all my life, born and raised right here, and I love my town. I love the small town aspect. I love the atmosphere of downtown. I'm a patron of many of the shops and the restaurants and the bars downtown, and I needed to get up here and say something. I've never spoke here before, but I'm glad to show my face and show my support. But I am putting together many people of my age, anywhere from 22, 23, all the way up to 30, in the mid 30s, of many people that are very concerned about where we're going and where we're headed as a small town. We live here, we've moved here, we've decided to make this our home, and we want to see it go in a direction that we appreciate and we love, and I don't think it is. What I've seen in the master plan and what the little time I've had to study it and digest it, it doesn't seem like it's fitting our community. And I am speaking on behalf of a lot of people my age and the younger generation that's going to be here for the next decades. And I really hope that you guys can understand that and take our consideration as we go forward. And yeah, I really hope you guys can understand that us young people do not want to live in apartments. We want to live on property. We want to buy homes and build our families here. We don't want to live in high density areas. We don't, and if we did, we would move to Reno. It's 30 minutes away. Or Vegas. I mean, it's 7 hours away. We don't want that, and if we do, we can go where that is. We want homes. I know many people personally, my coworkers. I am an engineer. I help run an engineering firm here in Carson, and a lot of our employees are young, my age. The oldest one is 29 years old, and he just bought a home. And he passed up on many homes that didn't have the space and the yards that he was looking for. And that goes for many people my age, and it's not just one or two. I have groups of 20 plus individuals my age that really care about this, and they're not here because this meeting's at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday, and they're working. And I was lucky enough to be able to be here and voice our opinion as a young adult group that wants to live here in Carson City for a long time. So thank you for your consideration, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Karen Stevens, and so I guess I'll address half of my concerns at this junction because we're not supposed to talk about the master plan. So the bottom half of my speech here is, why weren't the community's comments and concerns during the walking tours disregarded in favor of turning Carson City into a metropolis with multi-million-dollar city hall, outdoor mall, and a convention center? I mean, really, do we need that? If there is no money to keep our neighborhood streets up, where would the money come for to pay for the multi-year project that the BOS is so enamored with? I love the charming small-town character of our city. Why should we accept an out-of-state developer, Steve Neighbors' vision for our city over our own? Riddle me that. Maybe he plans on buying and taking over our entire downtown. I think there's more purchases in the works. Since the taxpayer would be stuck with a 40-year bill for the proposed multi-million-dollar project, it should be approved only by ballot. Seriously, I think there might be some hand greasing going on here.
Say what? Last call, public comment, then we're going to start our meeting.
Hello. I've been listening to what everybody here has to say. My name is Elizabeth Bauer, and unlike most of the people here, I am brand new to Carson City. I'm a California refugee, you might say. Yes, we love to come back to what America is supposed to be, and that's what Carson City has been for us. In my experience, having left California, it is so expensive. The crime is high. And even the town that we lived in for 25 years, there is no way on God's green earth could we have afforded our home in Corona at the home value that it is. And from what I'm hearing from people here, they're concerned about the rise in home values, that people can't afford or having difficulty afford homes. And the population and the high density that everyone's talking about, that's not what we moved to Carson City for. We love Carson City. We love the small town. Even my sister and her husband, when they came to visit briefly last in September, they loved the town. It's a small town without the little tiny town feel. It's wonderful living here. My son-in-law and my daughter moved here with us because they can't afford to live in California. But Carson City is so much more affordable. And with everything that's starting to happen with this master plan, it's going to drive things up. The crime's going to go up. The population's going to go up. The traffic is going to go up so high. And that's not what this city was about. That's not why we moved here. So I really hope you do continue to listen to your community and what they want and what they dream about and what they would love to have for their town, which is now my hometown too. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rook Hernandez. I got probably the most extreme case, but I share everything that the public has said. I moved here 6 months ago from Huntington Beach, California. There we used to have 60,000 population. Over the last 20 years, we were at a turning point and we turned the wrong way down there, and I wouldn't like to see that happen to Carson. Our main street was quaint. It was Surf City. I surfed since I was 12. And they made it into a concrete jungle and high density. High density means crime. It means people like to say homeless, it means drug addiction, okay? Sitting in your sidewalks, and it will happen. I worked in downtown LA, I've seen it happen. You don't want that happening to your town. High density is not the way to go. Okay, not in your downtown, okay? And I feel about the project, some of the things should be done for at least facades. They have a big convention center. I saw the building. That should be made to look like the roundhouse that got took down. You know, some of the things on Carson need to be kept in a Western theme or a town. Because if you don't do this, it's going to lose its charm. It's going to lose its history. I've studied in the last 6 months everything I could about the Andersons, the Yosts, the Winters, the Currys, the Benders. I didn't come here to be a Californian. I came here to be a Nevadan. I came here to be part of Carson City. I didn't come here to bring California politics with me. I came here because my parents came here for 50 years. They used to gamble in the Nugget, and I used to sit there, and then later on, they opened the arcade. I love this town. That's why I moved here. Everybody asks, hey, why did you move 2 blocks from the beach to move here? And I go, I got the biggest wave to ride. I got the Sierra Nevadas in back of me, man. I mean, what's there not to like? It's in the middle of everything. But I've also toured Reno, and you could see where high density is done to that city. It's chaos, and I encourage every one of you to go look at it, and it's going to turn into it if you make downtown a high density place. I just almost got robbed at the 76 station by a homeless person who had a knife out last week, and a sheriff never showed up even though I called 911. You're going to get those problems if you go high density. But I thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Did you sign in?
Hi, my name is Camille Stegman, and actually, I didn't realize that a whole lot of this was going on because my concern with the master plan was simply about the commercial area and the commercial industrial area. And
We're going to do that next. This
but
is
I
general
don't.
comment.
Let me
You-
ask you
okay.
something. Will you be giving us an opportunity to comment, or are you just going to talk about it?
No, we're going to talk about it, and then you're
But-
going to have a chance to
And I'll have a
comment.
chance to
Yes,
make
ma'am.
some kind of. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Last chance.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Go ahead.
My name is Dave Sarum, a longtime resident, 54 years here. I had a whole list of things to say, but everybody's already said it, so I'm not going to repeat. But I am opposed to this movement towards higher density living in our small town community. What I've seen of the downtown proposal, if that's all it is at this moment, is not appealing to me, and I agree with most people here, almost everybody that has spoken out against it. I think the master plan that I've reviewed as well, that you're about to potentially send to the Board of Supervisors for approval, I think kind of paves the way for exactly that downtown that so many of us have kind of seen, being proposed. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. That'll be the end of public comment. All right. For possible action, item number 5A, approval of the minutes of February 26, 2025.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the minutes of the February 26, 2025 meeting.
All right, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Preston.
Thank you.
All right. Any further comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstains?
I abstain.
Thank you. All right. Now, we're back to where we were. Item 6A, MPA 2023-0406 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of a resolution to recommend to the Board of Supervisors the adoption of the Carson City Master Plan update. Hope.
Thank you. Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director, and with me virtually today are Darcy White and Maggie Squire from Clarion Associates. They were our consultant, or are our consultant on this project. Just to make sure you have the correspondence from me, you should have a staff report and 2 memos. The memos, I believe, were late material. There was a memo yesterday and a memo today. I will not repeat everything that's in those memos, but I'll be available to answer questions on those. I did get some questions earlier today, or just in general. what is the master plan and what's zoning, and how does this all work? Because a lot of people have been looking at the land use designations and saying, well, my zoning is X. You know, why are you changing it? We're not changing zoning. So I want to take a minute and talk about what the master plan is versus what zoning is. The master plan is a policy document. It's not the law. It talks about what the city's objectives and intentions are regarding physical development of land. Zoning is used to implement those policies and those intentions. So for example, if the master plan shows that land's intended to be industrial, you'll likely put industrial zoning in place to implement the plan. The zoning is the law. The zoning is regulatory. There was correspondence indicating that the land use plan of the master plan would be a regulatory document. That is not true. It is a policy document. And one more thing. I also just want to mention, a lot of people make comments on the website, and when they did that, there wasn't necessarily contact information. So I have reviewed all the comments that were submitted on the website, but if you submitted comments on the website and you have not been contacted and you'd like to be contacted back on that, you can just email into masterplan@carson.org and we can go ahead and close the loop. But we have looked at all of those comments. All right, so here we go. We started this a year and a half ago. And this commission served as the steering committee for the master plan update. When you started a year and a half ago, you requested that we do extensive community outreach. We, and I say we because you've been at all these meetings, have had more than 25 stops on our listening tour. We've issued press releases. We've taken out newspaper ads. We've had programs on TV where we've been on the TV news and the radio news. We've had former Commissioner Paul Eswine had a weekly radio program on the master plan update where he interviewed all these different people about the proposed master plan update and obtained input. Again, the commission said we have to hear from the whole community. This has to be responsive to what the community sees for Carson's future. With that, we met with business leaders. We had a luncheon with the largest employers in the city. We met at the hub with Cindy Fenzi's program for small business owners. We met with the realtors, the Chamber of Commerce. There was a 9 a.m. coffee and conversation about the master plan update. We met with the development community. We met with students at the high school. We sat in their classroom with them. We sat with students at the community college. Students at the high school who take AP Human Geography were given extra credit to come to the library on Saturdays and participate in the listening tour. We met with the Lions Club, the Rotary, the Men's Club, the Republican Party, the legislative branch of the state government, the administrative branch of the state government, Carson Hills Apartments and Little Lane Apartments residents. We sat in their common rooms with them and asked them what their feelings were about the city. We met with city department heads, city 20-something-year-olds, because I felt like we weren't getting enough from the 20-something-year-olds. If I knew about Leanne's son, I would have called him. But we reached out to that group. We reached out to Hispanic businesses, and April, who runs the ice cream shop over on Winnie Way, opened her community room to us. Letty volunteered to do the translating. We had a meeting with Hispanic residents. The active 20 and 30-year-olds club president participated on a Zoom virtual listening session we had and said, come meet with our group, which we did. We had listening sessions at the library on Saturdays in March for anyone who wanted to come. And I think to a certain extent, a lot of people equated the listening tour with those Saturday sessions, but you all know it was far more than that. Those are the ones I came up with off the top of my head. We sent postcards to over 18,000 property owners. Every single property owner in the community received a postcard about today's hearing. This generated 57 phone calls, 21 walk-in customers, and 15 emails. You have had 2 joint meetings with the Board of Supervisors, 4 workshops, and discussed the master plan at 3 regular commission meetings. So you've been on the road and you've been on this a lot in the last year and a half. On December 19th, 2024, there was a joint Planning Commission board meeting, and the February 2025 draft reflects the input of that meeting. And that draft will not be amended until the board takes an action. But after that meeting, I received questions about whether certain items actually belonged in the master plan as opposed to into a different plan, like a strategic plan. And I recall during the listening tours, we talked about this to a certain extent because a lot of items came up, and I'll bring up homelessness because that was something that came up a lot. And I think everyone agreed that was a legitimate concern, but we didn't necessarily agree it was a concern that would be best served sitting in our master plan, which was more of a land development, land use document. So with that in mind, I brought forward at your February 26th meeting a number of potential edits. And the changes that the commission agreed with are itemized in the staff report. During the February meeting, we also looked at some mapping changes, and you asked to continue to look at the map. So we provided each of you with the map, the hard copy of the map, and sat with you to see what changes did you want to this map, what was your input. And I also went through all the public comment, and I've read every single solitary piece of public comment that we received, as I know you have as well. And based on that public comment, I have provided the late material because there was some good input in there where there needed to be some corrections to the map, or there were some, I think Ralph's here, I think he's the one who sent me some references to pages that were incorrect. And so I provided that to you. So it's been helpful to get that input from the community. When you consider amending the master plan, you need to look at 5 findings of fact. First, will the proposed amendment be in substantial compliance with the objectives, policies, and action programs of the master plan? 2, the proposed amendment will provide for land uses that are compatible with existing adjacent land uses and will not have an adverse effect on health, safety, and welfare of the public. 3, the proposed amendment identifies or addresses changes in condition that have occurred since the master plan was adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and the amendment will represent a more desirable use of land. I'm going to come back to that one. 4, the proposed amendment will promote the desired pattern for orderly physical growth and development of the city and will guide development of the city based on the projected population growth in a manner that minimizes, to the greatest extent possible, any impairment to the natural resources and will provide a basis for the efficient expenditure of funds to facilitate public services. And E, the proposed amendment does not violate any provisions of NRS or municipal code. I want to talk about change in conditions. When we were on the listening tours, one of my standard sort of opening comments was, back in 2006, when our existing master plan was adopted, how many people had a smartphone? Not a cell phone, not a mobile phone, a smartphone. A couple hands went up. I was kind of surprised, but not very many. I asked how many people went to the mall. Going to the mall was an activity back in 2006. Then I asked in 2024, how many of them had been to the mall? Not too many hands went up. How many had shopped online? A lot of hands went up. We talked about who knew about the concept of work from home back in 2006. That wasn't a normal thing. In 2024, work from home isn't that unusual. So what does that all mean? How does that all lend itself to the master plan? A year and a half ago, when the board decided to update, they didn't know if they were going to update or replace the master plan. They realized that a lot had changed since 2006. The demand for office space had changed from what was being experienced in 2006 to what was being experienced in 2024. The demand for retail had changed. The way people conduct themselves had changed. There were a lot of changes. But there were also a lot of things that didn't change, and we learned that in the listening tour. What we learned was people value the open space that surrounds this community. what we learned was that people love the trail system. They love the downtown. And there were things that some of our questions were, what are those things that you really love about Carson? And what are those things that we could do better? They recognize the vacant buildings. So you see in the master plan an emphasis on let's look at these vacant buildings. Who owns these buildings? How do we get these buildings occupied? How do we get vitality on our corridors? A lot of people liked what happened on the streetscape in downtown. They liked the streetscape in South Carson Street. And they said, get it up on North Carson. I had an email from somebody very angry saying, why is everybody ignoring North Carson? And I said, but we're not. It's in the master plan. It talks about the corridor plans for each of the corridors, or South Carson, North Carson, and US 50 and William Street. So we looked at all of that. So there was a lot about the master plan, some foundational things that were absolutely still this community's value system, which is why this is an update to the master plan as opposed to a replacement to the master plan. Now I'll get bureaucratic again. Okay, that was my preachiness. Okay, so we have these required findings. I believe these findings can be met with the document in front of you, and I am recommending the changes that are in that staff report and in those two memos. Attachment A would be a copy of the February draft of the master plan update. And attachment B to the resolution would be, it doesn't exist yet, it would be an itemized list of text and map changes that you are recommending. Procedurally, you are making a recommendation via resolution to the Board of Supervisors. So what's before you today is for your consideration is a resolution that was in the late material to recommend adoption of this master plan update with whatever changes that you deem appropriate. On May 1st, the Board of Supervisors will conduct a public hearing on the master plan, and they will have the authority to adopt the master plan. So then what happens? Things don't suddenly change. What happens then is, again, because it's a policy document, it's not the law, it's not legal. We then have to go into our zoning ordinance, Title 18. And we have to amend Title 18 as necessary to implement the master plan. So for example, we talked about the corridor mixed use. We have to identify what zoning districts correspond to corridor mixed use, what uses are allowed there, what is the dimensional criteria, and there's been a lot of talk about compatibility. The compatibility requirements are a number of things, and they're in Title 18 and they're in Title 18 Appendix, which is the development standards. And that's where you talk about buffering, whether or not something needs a wall, something needs landscaping. Title 18 talks about setbacks of property. It talks about building height. Those are our regulations. So the compatibility piece, which the master plan gives us policies that say, you need compatibility. Then when we look at Title 18, that's where that gets implemented and becomes law. Then as people build, they build to the law, to the legal requirements of the zoning ordinance. So are we done? No, we're not done yet. Because what the master plan draft also says, and what has been what the city does per NRS, is every single solitary year, we review our master plan. And we will review that action matrix of the master plan. We will see if we're making the progress that was intended when that matrix, and I believe that's chapter 12, was created. We will also, as part of the annual review, assess whether or not we did it right. Did we get it right? Is there an area where we designated it one way and it should be something else? And you all have seen this every year when you see the master plan where we have mapping corrections. There may be policies we want to change. There may be priorities in terms of the action items that we want to change as part of that annual review. But there is an annual review every single year. This planning commission will review the master plan. You will review the matrix. You will review any potential mapping mistakes, make a recommendation to the board, and the board will then decide if we should be taking action on the master plan that would amend it, whether it's the master plan map or the text or even prioritization of action items. or not. They may say no. We think the master plan's perfect. So I wanted to be clear that upon adoption, it is not set in stone. I think I will stop there, and if you have questions or anything about my reports or memos, I'm happy to answer those.
You took my speech. I think it's important that everyone understand that this is the planning document. And, you know, you've heard, I've been up here wailing for years about Title 18 and our revision of it and how it didn't match the old master plan. And it took us 2 years to get that done, and we finally have one. And now we're going to adopt a new master plan, and we're going to have to go back and redo Title 18 again to make sure that it agrees with the master plan. And certainly input like today is input that we will all certainly use when we reconsider that. But it is it's a cycle that we have to work our way through. And I'm going to get off topic a little bit. I understand everybody's ire about what was proposed for downtown, but I kind of hearken back to the Vintage Project, if some of you remember that, and the feeling of the community at that time. We had about 300 people in the auditorium in there, and the feeling at that time was that it didn't fit with Carson City, and it didn't happen. So this project that everybody is excited about, we literally haven't even started thinking about it from a planning commission standpoint. I know there's never been a project review of it. I know that the planning department has never seen any plans. And this cycle, if it ever happens, I can see it being 1.5 years anyway before it happens. It's not part of this master plan. It's not part of this master plan. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to be very clear, the land that comprises the town center project, which again, there is no application before the city on this, is designated primarily downtown mixed use. And I believe the Laxalt building might be in there, and that was designated downtown mixed use. The updated master plan recommends designating the Laxalt building as public, quasi-public, because it is a government office. But other than that, there's absolutely no change in the land use map based on what the Board of Supervisors looked at a retreat. This commission has never seen anything regarding that Steve Neighbors project. Nothing has ever come through my office to be brought forward here. Thank you.
okay. There are comments for, questions for the staff? Okay. Anybody? Commissioner Preston.
Yeah, my question for you, Commissioner Borders, Chair Borders, is that the staff report that we've received, I did see some that I did have some questions about, but at this point, I feel like it is important to go ahead and listen to what the public says on this. But again, I want to reiterate the fact is that nothing has come up before us in regards to the Neighbors Project. And if it does come through fruition, I did, check the white pages, and I've gone to some meetings and I've heard some of this stuff. But at the same point, this is a multi-year project that would require bonding and all sorts of things. And so it's not done, and it would come through the Board of Supervisors. We can't answer questions. So anyway, but I do want to say that we have not changed anything. The original master plan that was done in 2006 showed this as downtown mixed use during that time too. And so we haven't changed that use in 20 years. And I think that that's really kind of important to say. especially that particular area which people are seeming to focus on.
The other thing is the 2006 master plan allows for 8-foot-story buildings in the downtown area. And through the listening tour and everything else, we have modified that considerably to 3 to 4 stories. So, all right. Public comment?
I think there's a misunderstanding. I think primarily, oh, I'm sorry. My name is,
Have you signed in?
my name is Gloria Dyla.
Okay.
My concern is basically the change to this master plan of the population density. And I think that's the thing we're seeing mostly. The downtown project, I understand, is a different issue. But I think when you change the master plan to allow for heavy density, that's a concern to me because that kind of opens up a whole new area for changes that the average citizen doesn't always hear about until after it's done. And then, that's kind of the concern here. So I just wanted to make ourselves clear that that's one of my primary issue, because the increased density will increase taxes, will increase the burden on the taxpayers for infrastructure, for whatever, no matter what is built after that. And I don't know what requirements you could make of a private developer, for long 20-year maintenance of the road around there, whatever. I don't know what that's about, but it's the density that's the problem. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good afternoon, Leanne Sarum. I want to say I agree with Hope about the listening tours. They were conducted, and it was great, a year and a half. That means that you guys value and want the input of the residents. But here's the deal. Public scrutiny is a part of this adoption. It doesn't stop when that draft is done. In fact, it actually starts when the draft is done. That's when we actually have a tangible document to really look at and compare, which I know there's a red line version, but that only compares back to the December draft that was adopted. It does not go back to the existing master plan. And so when we have a concrete document, people are too busy. They're overburdened in their own lives. They do not have time to go and do some research and go to some meetings and things. I get it. I went. A lot of people that are involved went. But there is a whole group of residents that they want to see the actual tangible physical document. They want to see what was changed. They want to do that, and they want to be involved in that. We need to delay this approval. There is way too many changes that have just come out in the last few months, and that the residents have not had time to digest. We have not had time to look at the changes of these land uses, which have been drastic. And actually, I've noticed that a lot of the zoning has been shifted around so that I can't believe some of the stuff that's being pushed down into the medium density. And the mixed use is everywhere now. And that was not allowed before. And the mixed use allows for so much more density. If why are we resisting this? If Hope agrees that we want all this public input, why are we adopting this without public input? Why are we adopting this so quickly? Why can we not take, if we took a year and a half to figure this out, why can't we take another few months at least to train the people to understand what's in this document? They don't even know how to look up what their land use is, or where their zoning could be changed because now their zoning is in another land use. This is a big deal. We need to get this right the first time. We are going to live with this document for 20 or more years. It is going to guide. And I know that developers, they love when there's anything in the master plan that they can get their teeth into to maximize every possible development that they can put into their property. And I mean, that happens a lot. I've been to many meetings. We can't hide behind the fact that we already did a bunch of research. You know what? We need to understand what this document has right now. And people are not there. We need to delay this. We need to improve the amount of understanding that the citizens have on the changes here. We need to put guides and barriers in for the downtown area. You say it hasn't been changed. I understand that it's not detailed that it's been changed, but it has, and it opens up. The mixed use has expanded into Curry Street, it's expanded all the way down to Stewart Street. Things have changed. And so it's going to make a difference. We need to put this master plan and make it help us with the downtown, not hurt us.
Thank you.
I'm Rose Kruger. I live in resident here in Carson City. I strongly encourage the board to not approve this document today. There's way too many questions, there's way too many issues, way too many problems unresolved. To say that it's merely a policy document is to belittle the importance of it, because we are guided by policy. Everything else, you send it now with weak policy, you are giving other people the right to go in through all the little nooks and crannies that were not properly addressed in policy, because policy will drive everything in the future. So I don't want to belittle this document by calling it merely policy, because that is the first big step. And if we get it wrong, we get it all wrong. Okay, and that's a basic idea. Policy drives everything. Nobody can challenge a future board member if it's in the policy document or it's not in the policy document. Our hands are tied because the policy document was flawed. I believe this policy document is still very flawed. I believe that most of the people that went to these meetings wanted what we discussed at the open discussion. We wanted to save our character, and that this is too open to being wrecked. We already are, we need to stop the large buildings, as you mentioned, absolutely. We need to preserve sight lines. You don't want to sit in the middle of Carson Street and not be able to see the mountains. That's what people come here for. They don't come for the rabbit hutch, tiny square footage, 4-story, 5-story apartment buildings. They don't care. They come here because they can see our mountains. They can go various places around here. We're a jump off point for other places. We don't need a lot of things, but we need to protect our densities. We need to protect our ability to provide water, electricity, fire department, medical. Has anyone considered the increasing unrestrained population growth means we need a new hospital, preferably on the south end, preferably not with the same people, so we have we have different opportunities. Okay, we have so many issues that are not being addressed that these policies are going to mortgage our future for. And I think that we need to ask you to do not approve this document today. Do not approve it next week. Come back, if we have to, scrap it and start, because when you try to follow the revisions, okay, I'm not unskilled in that, although I'm out of practice, and I'm having troubles. So what does everybody else have? We don't understand the changes being made because they're not clear. And with an unclear policy, you will have bad decisions made in the future. Thank you.
Heather Coe again. I'm begging you not to approve this. This is ridiculous. This is not what the people want. But I also had a talk with our mayor after the election, and I asked her specifically and got a direct answer. I said, anything that is going to go into Title 18 and anything, whether it is capped off at 8 stories or 5 stories, which it was reduced down to, she said, I asked her, but if there is a special use permit, that all changes, doesn't it? She said, absolutely. So, like I said, there is a real problem with everyone getting a special use permit. I've been doing this for years, coming to these meetings, and that's all that goes through, one special use permit after another, and that is ridiculous. It says special in it for a reason. And the biggest problem is you could follow. I have all the donors for our mayor and our board of supervisors, and that is who is getting the special use permits. That is corrupt, and it should be illegal. Okay? And that's a real problem when you curry favor to donors. So all that matters is these people and their elections. That's ridiculous, and it hurts us.
Please stay on the issue. We're not here.
That is part of the issue.
Well,
how do we
it's
know
not
that
our
anything
issue.
is permanent and concrete when there's a special use permit for everyone and everything? And that's a huge issue too. So unless you guys can promise that all of the big donors aren't going to get their way with 8-story buildings or whatever, and the mass high density with special use permits. And I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, Ralph Thomas again. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this plan. I've been involved with BLM and Forest Service in land use plans that covered entire states and multiple forest and BLM districts. And I know there's a lot of work that goes into this. I'm concerned about the master plan identifies an awful lot of mixed use, and you've heard a lot of people comment about mixed use and what it means or what it could mean in the long run, and special use permits and stuff. I think people are a little confused. I'm a little confused too. I heard today that there's going to be some changes in the plan that we haven't seen possibly yet. And so, you know, it's maybe we need to step back and take a look at those changes before they're finalized, before you make a decision on that. And one of the things I wanted to bring up, there's some economic data in the plan that I made a comment about. The economic profile system is what it looks like, is where you've gotten your data. And I think people are confused about that. They don't understand that or where it comes from. And it talks about potential, you know, what conditions are now, conditions in the past, conditions in the future. And so I think people are going to be really confused unless that's explained what that is, where it comes from, and basically how the raw data is used to come up with those figures. I worked with Sonoran Institute years ago when I worked for BLM on that system. And so I've got a pretty good idea what it means, but I don't think the general public has a clue about what that means. So it might be worthwhile stepping back a little bit. And I don't even know if you all are familiar with that system, except you've probably seen the raw data that's come out of those profiles, but you may not totally understand what's involved with that. So I just ask for another opportunity to look at this before you make a decision, to see what any new changes are. I know you're never going to get 100% backing on any of these. You know, we never got any of that in BLM or the Forest Service. You do the best you can with the information you got. And again, I do appreciate what all you've done on this. I know it's a lot of work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joy Trushinsky. Please put the approval on hold today of the master plan. I have on my, well, I had on my iPhone, you know, the map of the master plan. And in my opinion, there's far too much high density mixed use areas all across Carson City. If you approve this plan today, I can guarantee you, because I was told by the mayor, that the Carson City Board of Supervisors will approve it, because that is what they do. If you approve it, they're going to approve it. You are the only stopgap we have. So please, please listen to us and hold off. I want to see the new changes that you talked about today. I have not seen them. I've just seen this map and other documents, and I find that, you know, it's just going to hurt our small town design, our small town atmosphere. So please, please, you know, do not approve this master plan today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dave Sarum again. Just with a little bit of research, a couple of key points stand out to me between the 2006 master plan and the proposed 2025. In the 2006 focused on maintaining lower density developments with strong emphasis on preserving Carson City's rural and small town feel. This proposed update is much more geared and proposes increased housing density across almost the whole city, very, very blanketly across the city. You know, and areas that were previously zoned for lower density may see, you know, taller buildings and more compact developments to accommodate our growth plans. I feel these changes will fundamentally alter the character of our city in ways that we just can't undo. And I'm concerned the residents have not had enough time to kind of provide meaningful input in this most recent months of the process here. I ask you to reconsider these proposals and delay the vote to allow more time, again, for the residents to provide their input. And I urge you to reject the increased housing density and the expansion of retail commercial areas that prioritize developers' profits. So thank you.
Hello again. Is this where I can talk about land use?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So our concerns are basically around the commercial and the corridor.
State your name again.
Oh,
I'm
my name
sorry.
again, sorry, Camille Stegman. The corridor mixed use. I hear what everybody's saying about the concerns with the document it hasn't been looked at thoroughly by the public. And I have to say, I did look at the document, and where my concerns are, I still have a lot of questions about what corridor mixed use means. For example, it doesn't address anything about what limited industrial property is, which is what my property is. And it seems to only look for investment. When I read through what it means, what I hear or read rather, is the only person who's going to be able to, develop this land is going to be some rich developer, which is basically what everybody's talking about here. You've completely eliminated the small business guy, the guy who wants to put in an auto parts place or a concrete contractor or wants to do something like that. You've completely eliminated that. It sounds like when I read it, that overall, the only person who's going to have the money to develop in what I see corridor mixed use is going to be somebody who's got a lot of money. And I'm not sure that that's what Carson City is about. I think Carson City is about the little guy and the small business and not the great big developer from California.
Hi, I'm Doreen Mack. Didn't mention last time, I am third generation from Carson City. I know only too well the east side and west side mentality, and the east side takes less precedence over the west side. We have a lot of history that has been lost in this town. From the V&T Roundhouse, Chinatown, that was, was on the National Register in 1972 when the V&T was demolished. The lessons, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and one of them is that developers are in business for the money, not about preserving history for future generations. The master plan is to be finalized on May 1st by the Board of Supervisors, and this is why this cannot be approved today. The nugget, parking is an issue for services that are in business. They need longer than 2 hours downtown, especially for hairdressers and their elderly clients. Placards were approved years ago, but they no longer exist, and they can't use them any longer, and people are getting fined now for parking. The nugget could be restored to its original version. If they're going to take it down anyway, make it like it was in a historic building. Senior housing in the children's home space. I had put that request in years ago because those buildings were vacant forever and ever. So now they're going to build something there, but if there's still room for for more space for things, the senior housing could possibly still exist there. And that's about what I have to say. So thank you so much for your time, and God bless you.
Nope, you turned it off. Yeah, see the green light?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, thank you.
State your name,
I
please.
won't
State your name, please.
elaborate too long.
State your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Annette Mankins.
Thank you, Annette.
For the first 15 minutes that she spoke, was all about the people that should have been talking up before. And, hindsight is great. When you live in this town as long as I have, you see a lot of changes. And the talking of density, in the last probably 5 years, maybe even less, I'm not quite sure, a lot of the ranches here in the area and a lot of property have opened up. And it seems like developers just jumped on it. It's like, okay, and let's get the density down as best we can. And they fought that for a while. They tried to do something on that. When people see things like that, all of a sudden their eyes start opening up and going, what's going on? You know, I want to know what is happening in my town. And a lot of people work. A lot of people are not computer literate. We don't possibly catch the news just quite when they were going to go ahead and speak about this. But when you start driving around town, all of a sudden your eyes are going, whoa, when did this go up? And oh my gosh, what about that? And I know some of you might not have been on the commission before. I don't know, but I know that you've got a difficult job here to do. And a lot of us are very concerned about the rushing through with this master plan. Now, I understand it's not a rush to you folks because you've had an opportunity to listen to this over and over and over and over and get all. Last time when I was at the meeting, it went on and on and on and on and on about the changes. And oh my God, it was like forever. And I'm sure that you folks have been just drenched with it. But a lot of us, it's a little bit new. And there's a lot of people that are really upset with this. And I know we only have 3 minutes, and she had 15 minutes to explain why we didn't have time to say everything. But anyhow, I just want to say that thank you for listening to us today. And whatever decision is, I pray that it will be a good one. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ken Crater, and I am representing the ownership group that owns the 24-acre parcel that's located east of the Interstate 580 freeway, west of Airport Road, and north of the Airport Road Butt-Highway intersection. It was a topic of conversation at the last meeting and has become part of the master plan amendment. And I just wanted to speak to why, in my mind, it makes sense to go forward with this master plan amendment on what now is a split zone parcel. Part of the parcel is already zoned high density residential, and there's an existing entitlement for 306 unit apartment parcel on that project. I believe that the parcel fits within the vision of the North Lumpa Ranch Pacific Plan, which vision is a sustainable community with a range of land uses that complement each other and those that exist outside the boundaries of the plan, provide for a viable community that promotes a variety of well-designed housing types that are supported by a well-balanced mix of commercial, recreational, and educational opportunities. The proposed master plan amendment will be supported with higher density housing that reduces infrastructure requirements, reduces traffic impacts in comparison with typical single-family residential suburban housing, and provides convenient access to commercial, recreational, and educational opportunities within a built-up portion of the Carson City community. The site has an adjoining multi-use trail that runs along the I-580 freeway and the NDOT wetlands mitigation area. And with development, a much-needed 3-acre dog park will be developed with the project, with lots of green grass. Much new infrastructure will be completed to benefit the surrounding community. Development will be high quality and consistent with the adopted Lumpa Ranch North Pacific Plan that includes several items such as building orientation, architecture, colors, common open space areas, amenities, grading and drainage, parking, fencing and lighting and landscaping. And finally, as Hope pointed out, this is just a master plan amendment. The proposed project would also require a zone change with the resulting public and transparent processes. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
I'm Tony. I'm Tony Ostrander, and I'm from the Ostrander family who have all transplanted here for generations now, and we come from LA. Some of us didn't like it there, so we went to Northern California. So I watched my little city of Oroville fight all of you kind of people from just running things through, and they did a great job just because we all talked about it. But having all these apartment dwellings is an eyesore, And right now, we're in a migration crisis. We need to slow down, see where everybody's going. We don't need to jump in. And I'm kind of nervous. We don't need to jump in thinking that this is how it's always going to be. Allow people to decide where they're going to live and how they're going to live, and give them choices. Don't start looking like Sacramento, because oh my gosh. Okay, that's it.
Hi, my name is Darlene Branton Stoa. I heard the gentleman, previous speaker, talk about 300 units being erected and recreational space. I wonder what open space is available for recreation if we're going to have all this high density of 300 apartments. Furthermore, I'm confused because Hope was talking about no application has been before the city for master planning, and nothing has come up before the planning commission. I'm perplexed. I don't understand. Furthermore, I would like to ask Hope if she could put on the website a list of all those people that she talked to along the way so that we could all look at it and indicate on the website some of these specific changes you guys are talking about, because we need to know, we need to understand, as been previously explained. We don't understand. We need more time. We need to understand all these changes that are going to or proposed to be made. Thank you for your time.
Denny French, Carson City. Thank you, Commission. Today, as I've sort of had to go outside on occasion and to understand the number of people here, they're out into the lobby way of the theater area. And there are people there, and when I asked or just got into a conversation, a lot of them are like myself. We're troubled with our lack of ability to negotiate some of the new website setups. I don't know if some of the things have changed or that just didn't happen to be available that time, but when I went to get certain information, it just wasn't available. It could be operator issue, but that I've been hearing more and more that people that are much more capable on the computer than myself are having difficulty, something to review. As far as land use, I am a person that begs everybody to consider SAGE. Now, I just met a young lady named Sage, and I'm considering her myself. But the deal is, the idea of making sure open space doesn't just mean the landscaping around a project that might be high density, and they have to then comply with certain areas that are open to the public or being useful by nature. What we're developing now is a situation where everybody wants to low water yardage, and they don't want to put plants in their yards, granted, or artificial turf is even being used in this community to supplement the water concerns that they have. I would like to suggest everybody sort of get it on their radar, or at least in their thought process, that we need sage to keep our air in this community cleaner. We're not forest, and the forest does that. We are a city and state of sagebrush and rabbit brush, and our insects and our environment habitats are very important. We're at a stage where we have to consider corridors for those critters that migrate, for the ones that are existing now in our community. I just saw a thing of deer that looks so worn out and so bedraggled, I almost wanted to turn them in to have them checked to see if they were even, well, I'll do that with the Game and Wildlife group. But the main thing for me is that's something I'd like on here, but also the fact that negotiating the information has been hard for me, and it hadn't been for a while. They made some changes or have some glitches, and I'd like those looked into. Thank you very much.
Sandra Owens, and I just want to kind of reiterate a little bit what he's saying. And I'm actually pretty tech savvy, and I really did try to follow this from the beginning all the way through, but I also own a business, and, my husband had health issues, and, you get busy in life, and so you don't get to follow all of the steps as they're communicating things through. And so last night I was going through the 127 changes that were part of the staff report. And it's like, what does this mean? What does that mean? Because it's just a one-line thing. And it kind of really occurred to me, it's like you guys are in it every day. So you understand what this term means. But for me, I have to go into the plan and go through hundreds of pages and look for the definition of what you're actually talking about. So it's hours and hours and hours of understanding, because it's just a one, like the lot behind our house by Anzac up there is changed to open space. And I'm like, what was it before? What does that mean now? And where are the definitions? So that, yeah, I know the information's there. We can dig for it, but but you know, that takes time. And that being said too, that's not what a lot of us really have. And then with these changes coming through, it's like, I have to agree with everyone. It's like, we need more time as a community to really get our heads around what's in the document, you know, what is there, so that we can look at the areas that concern us and then truly understand what it means, because we don't know what all the zoning things are. We have to go and look for those definitions. And it's not, if you kind of understand what I'm saying. So that's all I really wanted to add.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? You had your 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Taylor again. I'm back up here, representing the younger crowd. I've been trying to get the word out to my friends and people of my age, and I recently have kind of put together a group of young folks like us, and we had no idea about this. And I believe Hope has said that she's reached out to many people our age and my age. Everyone I've talked to, which is quite a bit of people, have not heard anything about this, and they're shocked. They're compelled. They don't know what's going on. They don't fully, know the 200-page document that's about to be passed here. Like I said before, I am a part of an engineering team here, and a lot of the projects that we're talking about here, going through revisions and the process of being on a design team doing these projects in the real world, it takes a very meticulous documentation of every single change that has happened from whether it's Rev 1 to Rev 17. We have projects right now that we've been working on Rev 8, and I can tell you every single change that's happened all the way back to Rev 1. We have, clouds and documentations that are very clear and very laid out in these documents. And I've seen that, but it's only been posted recently in the last few weeks, and it takes hours, like somebody else said, 100 and something changes to this 200-page document takes hours and hours and hours of people's time, especially when they don't understand the terminology and the laws behind it. And so that's part of the reason why I really want to say, please, we need time. We need it should be your job to explain exactly step by step what has been changed since the last documents, and sell the community on it. And it doesn't matter when we're getting involved, if it's late to the game. We are late to the game, yes, because it's been a secret, and it's been tried to get through the avenues without full community involvement, really, in my opinion, especially with people my age. And I just really hope that we have a clear and thought about documentation of exactly what has changed and how you guys can explain this to the community step by step on the hundreds of changes in the last few weeks. Just in the last few weeks, we've been able to look at it. So I appreciate your time, and I really hope you hold off on this for us, please.
Hi, Shelley Shannon again, Carson City. I was just looking at the master plan appendix where the listening tours and the community involvement. April of 2024, there was 132 respondents. Now, it doesn't break down, and it does, but it's lengthy. How many opposed it, how many liked it, etc. The other two are forbidden. I can't get in them, so I can't tell you what the links say forbidden. They won't let me access it. But the point is that people listen, but Ms. Sullivan makes it sound like everybody was in agreement with it. She doesn't show that the breakdown was maybe not quite in agreement. Like 80% said they didn't like it. So it sounded flowery. Maybe look at the actual responses and see how many. But even so, 132 responses is to dictate the whole town or to oversee what we're seeing here today. You have to look at the whole. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm back. My name is Dee Dee Formaster. I have a suggestion that maybe might clear up some of this, which is in my business, I work with people with disabilities. So you can actually have a regular document and what's called a simple language document, where people can read what all the rigmarole means in simple languages. And I realize that we legally have to have this other document, but a simple language document may help people in the community to understand a little bit more. Thank you for your time.
Great. Is that it?
I'm on my way. Hi again, Karen Stevens for the record. Now for the rest of the story. I would like to voice my deep concerns that many Carson City residents are not aware how the significant revisions made to the master plan and the land use map will personally affect them. A nondescript postcard advising people to call a phone number or check a computerized land map use for zoning changes does not really suffice as disclosure of the many changes that may significantly impact their neighborhoods. To ensure everyone has access to attend these meetings and are fully informed regarding the master plan revisions and zoning changes, I believe town halls should be scheduled at various times to ensure everyone has access to attend and understand what's happening in their city. There are many questions that people would like to have answered. I hope that you decide to delay the approval of this plan so people do get their questions answered. I appreciate everybody listening to us because I can tell that you are listening, unlike some board meetings I've been to, which is very frustrating. When they're more interested in their laptop, whatever they're doing on that. But thank you for listening, and I hope, since people have lost a lot of trust in the government over the last few years, trust is waning. I hope you take to heart what we've said, and delay the approval of this document. Thank you.
I don't think so. Okay. Hope?
I want to call on Darcy White just to give her an opportunity to speak before I do, in case there's anything she wanted to say.
Thank you, Hope. Bear with me a minute here. Thanks for the opportunity, Hope. I just want to reiterate the comments that you shared earlier in terms of the process. I think there have been a lot of really good questions raised this evening, many of which we've tried to address through the revisions. Apologies, my internet cut out there for a moment. Hopefully you can still hear me. But I do think, I want to stress how much we have tried to listen through this process, and we believe that we have addressed many of the comments that are have been raised through the planning process. One thing I did want to emphasize, there's been a lot of comments about density, and that a big portion of the future land use map is designated for low density residential and medium density residential. So generally the areas that are designated for mixed use and multifamily are consistent with those areas that were designated in the 2006 plan. So while the actual colors on the map have changed and the categories have been refined, generally those have not been expanded substantially beyond a couple of those targeted parcels. So I'll stop there and look forward to hearing the commission's comments.
Just briefly, if I may. Late material, and there's been comments, we don't even know what's being considered. So I want to be transparent on that. There's 3 map corrections which I provided to the commission as late material. One is the meadows over where the llamas used to be on Arrowhead Drive near Cottonwood Mobile Home Park, if you know that area. That existing today from the 2006 plan is medium density residential. We heard from a member of the community, he looked at the proposed and saw it was medium density residential, thought it was a mistake. And I looked into it, and sure enough, the land use designation today, not proposed, today, let's be super clear, is medium density residential. If you know that area of Arrowhead Drive, you know that the properties fronting Arrowhead Drive are low density residential, and the area to the north of Arrowhead Drive is low density residential. In the case of these properties, the zoning is single family 1 acre. So I am suggesting that we redesignate the land use to low density residential. The next one, I have 3. The next one is 1800 Kings Canyon Road. That property it had a split designation, so the designation did not go along a property line. This is the property known as Anderson Ranch. It's on Kings Canyon Road. What exists today is the front of that property, about, I'm going to say 25 to a depth of about 25% of the property is designated for medium density residential, and the balance is designated low density residential. With the proposed map, that was changed to be entirely low density residential. There was never a conversation about that. There was never a discussion about that. I think that was an error when the information was transferred to a different map because it was not following a property line. So my recommendation is there be no change to the designation on that property. The third one, and Sandra Owens brought this one up in her comments, both on the website and in email, is, and this commission knows you've struggled with the boundaries for the downtown mixed use. She has suggested that the commercial properties on Rice Street be included as part of the downtown mixed use. I think if we think about that area in relation to the balance of the downtown mixed use and what's happening on that portion of Rice Street, it makes sense to include it in the downtown mixed use. It's currently designated commercial, the zoning's commercial here, so I am recommending that that be included in the downtown mixed use. The other changes were provided by Ralph, and those were just page references, just needed to be corrected. So that is the scope of the late material that's been submitted today. In terms of comments that were received in the public comment, let's see, there's a lot of discussion about mixed use, so I just want to speak to that briefly. Well, I'm going to go in a different order. There was a comment about the listening tour and whether or not there was agreement on the listening tour. As this commission knows, that was never the intent of the listening tour. The listening tour was to listen, not to speak at people, but to listen. When you're listening, you're not saying, do you agree with us? You're listening. That's what we did. That said, what we heard was that there's a lot of vacant buildings, and that's frustrating people. These vacant buildings are on the city's major corridors. We also know that the way people shop and the way the people go to work has changed since 2006. So what the commission's discussion was, was how can we have vitality on our major corridors and in our downtowns and in the area, particularly just north of downtown, was definitely a focus area. And so what the discussion was let's not lock it into a commercial use. Let's not lock it into an office use. Let's not lock it into a residential use. Let's let the market decide what the use will be on these corridors, so we won't have all these empty buildings. And let's see if we can get more vitality on in these areas where we're not seeing a whole lot going on. That's why it says mixed use. And I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Crone, it's your turn.
All right. Yeah, I have been listening intently as we've been talking this evening, and one of the things I wanted to share my thoughts on just was regarding just related to this whole idea of a small town. What does it consist of? It's been brought up a number of different times. Small town character is a term that was used. Small town feel, quaint historic city, charming small town. We heard that on the listening tour. We heard that a lot this evening. So I guess I just wanted to kind of go through my thought process on that a little bit. Is that when you start talking about and picking apart this plan, I know there's been a lot of concern that this plan is going to potentially damage that, okay? And what I'd like to propose is maybe a counter to that. Maybe there is some really solid land use decisions in this plan. And I wanted to kind of go through with the community my thoughts on that, for example. The gateway corridors. Okay, if I was a small town person, and how would I like to see what happens along my gateway corridors? I would like to see them thriving economically. I would like to see them full of life. I would like to see no empty storefronts. I would like to see a vibrant business community up and down the corridors. Restaurants, residential may be incorporated, and that's what this plan has in its land use policies. We can do that with that policy, okay? How about no urban sprawl? Isn't maybe that an interesting part? You look at Reno, for example. You know, you have urban sprawl up and down the hillsides in Reno. Well, being a small town character like us, maybe our open spaces are valuable to us, and I think they are. And so I think there's some real opportunity here. As it says in the plan, we've got some development opportunities accessible for recreation. So I think there's some real good land use decisions in there related to no sprawling and reserving and keeping our open spaces for us. I'd also like to talk about economic vitality and livable neighborhoods. You know, I really think as a part of, at least in my mind, what a small town would be is I'd love to work in the town I live in. And I would love to live in the town I work in. And I think that's very important. And I think when you look at working from an economic vitality standpoint, I think it's very important that when you work in the town you live in, that provides opportunities for local businesses. You feel supported. You feel that the business community is thriving in this town. And I think there's some good, solid land use decisions in this plan that support that. Live in the town I work in. I want to have a variety, I mean, from a small town perspective, do I want one type of house throughout the community? I guess in my mind, from being a small town community, I'd like to be able to provide a variety of different housing types to accomplish that goal. So I think there's some real solid things within that plan that support a land use decision like that. Walkable and bikeable community. I think that's really an element of a small town. And this town you can be just about anywhere in about 10, 15 minutes. And by not expanding and urban sprawling, I think there is that small town character that still is being retained through the land use decisions in this plan. And I think it's important to have this city connected with bike lanes and walkable communities and a good transportation system. And it's just a multimodal community. And I think the plan has a lot of these land use decisions in it that can get us there. And we've talked about history and culture. I think that's one of the beauties of this town, is we've all thought here, and I see it as well. You know, there's just this huge support for a small town character. And, you know, because of the history we have here. And again, I think there's some solid land use decisions in the plan that support that. Then the other thing, and I'm leaving this for last because it's been the kind of the controversial point of the evening, is a vibrant downtown. I think within any community, small town community, you want a vibrant downtown. And I think that some of the things that this land use plan has in it does support a vibrant downtown, specifically with the idea of dropping from 8 stories to 4 stories. I think that's a good thing. And we've talked about also going to the edges with 3 stories. So I think they're there. I think we've tried to hear from the community in that regard. And so I think there are a number of things within the land use plan that does support getting us there. Not only keeping the small town character, but getting us there into the future. I mean, we're really looking at a 10 or a 15-year document, policy document. And I think there's some solid things in here. So even though I know there seems to be a concern about the downtown project, which really isn't a part of this discussion this evening, and I know there's talk about, you know, how high density is going to destroy the community. You know, I guess I don't see it quite the same way as I'm hearing this evening.
Okay. Commissioner Preston?
Thank you. I think one of the things that needs to have some clarification too is that during the listening tour and as being long-term residents here, we took in a lot of consideration about how many vacant buildings there were. And we've got a chicken egg situation, and we've remarked on this several times. We have the master plan, and then we have Title 18. And so you have to have them work kind of hand in hand, but we need to go, we did the Title 18 with the understanding the master plan was headed that way, but we can revisit Title 18, okay? So that's actually the actual zoning. So one of the things that kept coming up is, my gosh, we've got all these vacant buildings, and then the state started building their own buildings, and the state has its own properties, and they're gonna build their things, and we can't touch them. Whatever they do on their corridors, and as you see how that goes. But we have this downtown mixed use, and people are going, oh my gosh, you know, what is this? I see it on a different way, because I've had some people say, oh, what are you doing? You're taking all the way above Curry Street. You're going all the way to Minnesota and over to Washington. You're gonna go ahead and take down our historic district. No. What this is like there's been a lot of changes. Carson City's kind of backwards on something that's kind of frustrating, is that a lot of communities, you have people that are able to live and work in the same building. So we have a lot of really cool historical buildings, but they either have to be office or they have to be residential. They can't be combined, not the way that it's set up. So what happens is we've got some of these buildings that actually have more of a commercial use to them, but you know, it takes money to keep the filigree up and make it look really good. People want to live in that neighborhood with the big trees and down by the mansion and these type of things, but they also want to do business. This zoning allows them to have businesses. Carson City, you can't have a real estate office unless it's in a commercial district. You can't have a law office unless it's in a commercial district. If I'm an attorney and a one-time attorney, I can't live upstairs. You know, and people don't realize. So when we were looking at things like, for instance, 400 West King, the place right across from the brewery, that building is vacant and it's for sale, and it's being sold by the Methodist Church. That building is a really interesting building in the way that they built it, and it's built with the old rock from the original school that was right there on the old high school that was on the corner. That building right there, now with this mixed-use designation, could have retail or possibly be some kind of a support for the Brewery Arts Center. It could also have some offices in it. And you could actually have some really cool penthouses with some awesome views without changing the exterior of the building, but you'd be able to have mixed use. And so this is what we're looking at, is that's a vacant building. The Ormsby House is a vacant building. You know, we have a lot of vacant buildings. And historically, people say, oh, we want to really get the downtown going. One of the things that we have is we have regulations. So you have things like Hannafins. Hannafins is an awesome space, but you have parking requirements. You have to retrofit it for fire suppression. And unfortunately, this is not the mom and pop businesses that can come in there. So we had to look at that reality of it too. And I mean, we've got 10,000 square feet vacant where the old Secretary of State's office is, and nobody's purchased that. So, I mean, we get a lot of people saying, I want, but we've got to be able to have somebody that can actually make it happen. I was so disappointed because I grew up here and I left for a while. I came back in 2000. And when I saw that the downtown at that time, before it had been revitalized and even had the fences that you hated, which I loved, but the thing is during that time, it was thrift stores and vacant storefronts. It's actually done so much better. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at saying, okay, what can Carson be? We know what it looks like, but then, you know, I know a lot of you guys are new people here, but when I first came here, Stewart Street was dirt. And so when you look at that and you see what the changes are, and it's not great, but we hadn't had any new apartment complexes for a long time. And one of the things that I want to point out to you is there's been a lot of apartment complexes. Please be aware that a lot of that funding came available from the federal government for affordable housing because we could not put workforce housing in here. Those things right there were done. If it's in a thing, they do not come in front of the Planning Commission. So be aware of that. If it's approved, it's approved. But at the same note is there has to be some availability for us to have a cross-section of residents. It just can't be the people that I've got my biggest lot and my biggest house. It doesn't work that way. I think, like I said, I think it's interesting that what we've been able to do is actually give people flexibility on the land. And the downtown master plan thing, whether it happens or it doesn't happen, that's up to the developer if he can come up with the money to do it. But, you know, I'm sure there would have to be a lot of input on that. But this is the master plan. This is just an overview kind of what we would like it to see and what we'd like it to be. The last time that this was done, there wasn't even a freeway. And so, I mean, we have had some major changes. The downtown's been done. There was no freeway. Carson's changed a lot. We had a lot of people from California that moved over here because they were burned out. And so, I mean, it's changed Carson a lot. So we've got to look at it and say, hey, these are the things that are going to affect us. I mean, personally, I loved it when it was all farmland and we had the ranches and so forth. But those ranchers aren't ranching anymore. And their kids don't want to ranch, and they've sold them. So that's where we're kind of at. But thank you.
Okay. Commissioner DeChristopher, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair Borders. I agree with everything that has been set up here by my fellow commissioners. I did want to say that I have empathy for those who have stated that it's been hard to follow things due to technology or whatnot. We even hear that in its discussions that we have with Hope and her staff about how, and Clarion, how can we make this easier, more not only just navigating it, but for understanding it. The one thing that I don't know if we did, and this is actually a question for Hope as well, one of the disconnects is you all here tonight represent a pretty specific viewpoint. And we had other people at these meetings, such as business owners, that looked at things a little differently because they had different objectives. It wasn't to they didn't have objectives that were really related to residential other than wishing they had more housing, affordable housing available for their staff. Because that, of course, addresses our needs, the amenities we enjoy, the services we receive. That requires manpower. So what I'm asking people to think about is we love the small town culture too. And part of that small town culture that we have discussed is being able to have this dialogue with you. If things haven't been perfect, I have complete confidence we'll work going forward, trying to get more information. For example, maybe sharing what we heard from the business owners and the business leaders and some of the community groups. So you can see this isn't stuff that we sat in isolation and dreamt up. These are things that we, as people who live here in Carson City, many of us who have the same story you do. Some of us up here have been here forever. Some of us have grown up here. We know everything you're talking about, dirt roads on Stewart. We moved away. We saw things that did work in communities we were in, things that didn't work. And we came home, and the reason we sit here is because we wanted to be able to make use of those experiences. And what I think might be happening to some degree, I'm a big visual person. You say something to somebody, people, based on their bias, based on their experience, they're going to conjure up something that makes sense to them in relationship to terminology or a description of something. I understand that, and I'm wondering as I listen to people if maybe a little more visual could be helpful. I'm not indicating we put a halt on things. I think my fellow commissioners have given good evidence that we're at a point we can move it forward because it's never done. But I think what needs to happen is think about how we communicate on it going forward so that people do feel they are. That would be my last question, though. What drives the decision on, and for the record, I'm directing it to Hope Sullivan, what drives the decision on when we have to approve this and move the amendment to the Board of Supervisors?
It's a bit of a bureaucratic answer, but the findings of fact. They're posted on the board in front of you. If you can make those required findings, and I'm asked on behalf of the city, I mean, I did delay this. This was before you last month for action, and I delayed it because I felt like there were some things that needed to be discussed. And if you all feel like there's even more to be discussed and you are not prepared to make those findings and make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, then you can certainly continue the item. If you feel like you can make the findings, I think you can do that, refer it to the Board of Supervisors. It will go to them in May. But then again, if there are pieces of it after it's gone to the board that you want to continue to explore, because we review the master plan annually. You don't have to wait for that annual review. We can certainly drill in if you feel like there's a bit that you want clarification on. And you talk about being visual. I think the development standards, which is part of Title 18, that's where you see a lot of the visual. So we talk about buffering. You can have graphics in that portion of the regulations that kind of help illustrate what the policy that's written in the plan is intended to achieve, if that helps.
Commissioner Preston?
I think I'm to the point on this that I do want to bring up a couple of things on your last one, on your sheet. And I'd like my fellow commissioners to look at this for me, please. Because what we had is we all had an opportunity to go back and look at maps. And so a lot of these things were changes. And a lot of them actually had to do with what is the current use as to what is the change now and why did we, change it on the maps. And I only have, on most of it I agree with. I did want to open it up for discussion on page 12. In page 12, it's number 14. Okay, and this is an area that I'm really confused at. In fact, when I was going over the map with Hope, she says, "You guys decided this." And
Commissioner Preston, just real quick, make sure I'm following along. Is this what you're talking about?
This
Okay,
one.
This one, okay.
This
all right.
one, yeah,
Just want to be sure we're
perfectly.
following. I'm on the same
Yeah.
page with you. Thank you.
Okay, so this number 14, when I was talking to Hope, she says, this is what you guys agreed to. And I'm sorry, we've gone through so much and I don't recall agreeing to this particular parcel. And the reason that I don't is because this is changing this to flex industrial. This particular parcel is the Gonai Road College Parkway, known as the Irwin Financial Center. And that, all the buildings in that particular parcel are less than 20 years old. This is where the Sonic is, and it's where there's a daycare there, there's a dentist. So what you have here is you have a medical office with a resident on the far east, southeast corner. Then you have a daycare on the northern corner, a beauty shop, and a med spa thing. Then you have a dentist, then you have the Sonic, and then you have 3 buildings that are the state buildings. And this is all on flex space. Now, across the road on Hot Springs Road, that's where the new medical center is for the Carson Medical Group. I look at that and I go, come on, guys, I don't see why this would be zoned flex industrial. It was originally zoned flex industrial back when, I don't know if you guys ever even remember this, how about the old Jockey Underwear Company used to be out here on an alkali flat. And before the freeway came in, this was actually a floodplain. This was redone, the floodplain was redone on this about, oh gosh, probably about 4 years ago. And every one of these people that put this in at that time, except for this far parcel, the far parcel just was built, and that is true flex industrial. But the rest of this had all been approved on a special use permit. Some of those people would like to go ahead and sell that property. In order to sell the property, even if they continue with the exact use that they had, they'd have to come back with another special use permit. So I get people saying, oh, you know, what should be grandfathered in, what should not be grandfathered in? And this is one area where I think that was just kind of an oversight that says, this is what it is. It's not going to all of a sudden become a bunch of small incubator flex warehouse spaces.
Mr. Chair, just one slight comment. Right now it's designated industrial. So when you and I looked at it, you pointed out it was industrial, and I agree with you. You have Sonic there. You have the spa, Bella Spa, I think, still there.
Dr. Funka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I agree it should not be industrial. My recommendation is to flex industrial because I'm concerned I want the ability to put light industrial that will be compatible with commercial in there. I'm also concerned about how close the airport is. So I'm concerned because when the medical center went in, that was a challenge with the airport because of the runway. And this is just across the street from that. And so I don't want something that could potentially conflict with the airport, which is why I suggested flex industrial. But again, right now it's industrial. I agree with Commissioner Preston. It should not be industrial. My recommendation is flex industrial, but it's your decision.
See, and what I would like to do on this one is actually make it commercial because there's only one vacant lot that is left in this. And that is the lot that's up around the upper corner of Gonai and Hot Springs Road. And I had just heard that that was donated to the Boys and Girls Club for a possible smart center. So, and again, they would have to come in with a special use permit in order to do a Boys and Girls Club smart center on that because it's not flex industrial. So I'm just saying this funny little piece there, I would like to have looked at. Across this is all offices. The other place, there's a casino on the corner. You know, over on Research Way, I understand, there's a lot of flex industrial type of things. But this is like this little pocket town, which was kind of like what we want on a neighborhood. So I would like to ask my commissioners, my fellow commissioners, about that particular parcel.
And if you look at page 93 of the plan, you'll see the land use categories that you have to choose from. Again, page 93 of your plan.
I think it's where it
I
has to
think we
be.
kind of discussed this before, and this is a question again for the commissioners. The only thing that I saw in there that could possibly work is corridor mixed use. And I was told that this is not a corridor, but it is a major arterial that runs from 395 all the way over to Highway 50.
Well,
Hope, just real quick question on that.
part-
Along College Parkway, Commissioner Preston is indicating, that is an arterial. Are there other corridor mixed-use zoning, master plan, land use along that corridor as well? Or is this a solo piece of property out there or solo land use out there?
Hold on, let me flip the pages. Go a couple pages earlier. Let's see, there's the airport. College does not. No, if you look on page 90, you'll see a map that shows College.
The definition we have for flexed industrial fits that lot. It can be, and services such as restaurants and small-scale retail. I think it meets your requirement.
Thing is it's also office. Every time it's gone through this, I mean, we have done 2 special use permits in the 6 years I've been on this board for the daycare that's up there in the corner. So, I mean, that's where I'm looking at this going, one of the things we've been trying to do is say, okay, if this is a use that's already there, why should we keep coming back for special use permits?
I will just point out as well that flex industrial is a new land use category. And that's a category that the zoning's going to have to be amended to implement that. And so in doing that, we can certainly look at those areas that get that designation, look at existing land use in those areas, and be sensitive to what those land uses are. And I would think we would do that across the board, honestly.
See what you're saying? Yeah. But I mean, did you see what Hope is saying? In the definition of flex, it fits. It says offices, small retail, restaurants. When we rezone it, we can zone it to be more commercial than.
Excuse me, can we please add, some medical in there too? Because obviously medical is becoming something in that particular area.
Okay, so do you all want to go to page 97, which is the description of flex industrial, and see if you're looking to modify that description somewhat?
Yeah, because when I look at that, I look at the property across the street from where we've got over on, to the south on College Parkway. We have the Paradise Beauty Salon and Health Facility with their indoor pool. We've got the Old Man Hard is in the Executive Point building, that so it's all offices, and it used to have like Arizona Pipeline in there, their offices. We've got a Jiffy Lube. We've got the gaming division. We've got the offices, and then we have La Capital right there on the other corner of Gonai. We've got a casino. I mean, so this is what I'm saying. This right here, when I see light industrial flex, it reminds me of roll-up doors, a man door, and a small retail area. And primarily things for like signage companies, maybe, light auto, some of those type of a things, not particularly more of, I mean, at this point, when these were built, they were considered like the Class A space of Carson City.
Well, I still think it fits the definition of a flex industrial. And again, I think when we zone it, we can zone it to get what you want. Because there's not, I can't see it being a corridor, mixed use.
Okay. Well, or else maybe if we can go ahead and eliminate the word industrial and just make it flex something, because it is kind of a different mix out there. And these are buildings that have actually, a lot of these office buildings and so forth have been there, some of them since the, mid 80s. So this is a change. I mean, it's not a change. It's back into this thing where I'm telling you that the questions I'm getting are we grandfathered in, or anytime that we want to make a change on our property, anytime we want to put in a different use, let's say we take it from a office and let's say we want to do kind of a retail use on it, are we having to change that with the building department? Are we have to change and change and change and change? And that's what people are saying, is it's not grandfathered in, even though everything has been there and surrounded it. This stuff has been here for years. It's more like we're putting an overlay on here to say this is what we wish it to be without acknowledging what it is.
Yes. I'm waiting. Your turn. Commissioner DeChristopher.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Hope. Where are we at on the overlay for the airport? I know that's been discussed because that is a consideration. I know we have what we have there today, but an airport overlay, because that change will come as that airport becomes more busy. I just want to know how much that's going to weigh in the decision.
I think it does, if there was redevelopment. Right now, it's pretty much built out. And again, as Commissioner Preston mentioned, there's the one vacant lot. So the one vacant lot will probably be subject to the FAA determination of no hazard. What we could potentially do is, and I'll just put this out for your consideration. When we first talked about this, you'll remember, we were at the hub in that conference room, and we talked about, let's have this thing called Flex. And we only called it Flex because we didn't know what to call it. And we said that will allow for the commercial, office, light industrial. Like light industrial doesn't have to be an industrial. Sometimes it will be compatible with other non-residential uses. And Darcy, I'm going to call on you in a minute to see what you think. But if we go back to that concept and call it flex, because I think it kind of evolved to the city has very little industrial land, so let's have this flex industrial so we can have sort of a lighter industrial area to supplement the city's inventory of industrial land. So if it was called flex and under primary we added commercial as opposed to that being a secondary complementary commercial, I think that would address what Commissioner Preston's saying, but we'd also lose that that idea of increasing our inventory of industrial land. So Darcy, what are your thoughts?
Thanks, Hope. Yeah, we were, Maggie and I were having a similar conversation going on here on our end. So I think as you mentioned, we started out with a flex category that was very general. In one of the earlier drafts, we actually had called it flex employment. And there was some discussion about that. There was some, I think, lack of clarity about specifically where those designations should occur. And so it has evolved over the last, 5 months or so as we've kind of worked through the draft. I do think that, generalizing the name would be, and adding commercial to that is, a possible solution to this question. I think one of the overarching goals and kind of guidance that we got from the Planning Commission was to try to simplify the number of land use categories that we had on the map and the number of types of mixed use that we had on the map. And so, I think previously we had a neighborhood mixed use that maybe would have fit this category. We've kind of evolved that. And so I think that is how we kind of landed on the more general corridor mixed use to provide flexibility. I think flexibility was something we heard a lot about. And so I definitely hear that concern. The land use categories are, by design going to be more general, as you've noted, than the zoning designations. And so I think, perhaps going with that more general name here, adding the additional commercial specifically as a primary use would be an appropriate approach. And then you can kind of work through the details for this particular area in Title 18, as the chair mentioned.
So you'd call it a flex commercial industrial?
Well, I think we could say flex non-residential or something.
Okay.
And then or we could just simply call it flex. And then we can add commercial to the primary use, the primary uses, and just leave it at that for now.
All right. Commissioner Peterson?
Thank you, Chair. I think flex, after listening to all of your input and what's existing there, I think it's a great idea. I would think that would not be a problem. The question I have about that is that donated land that is supposed to go to the Boys and Girls Club, that's right on the corner of Gonai and Hot Springs. So is that a good idea to put a bunch of kids there towards the end of a runway? I mean, is that an FAA overlap thing we need to look at?
Again, that is something, that's like the town square. It's just something we're hearing about. There's some
Okay.
talk in the community, but it has not made it to my office.
It was just a concern.
Understood, and it may or may not be a concern for the airport as well.
Right. I think with flex, though, it does open the door for a lot of different things that could go there. And, as far as maybe light industrial, light commercial, things like that.
Commissioner Preston?
Okay, thank you for this. When we had public comment earlier, Victoria Williams came up and said that she had flex industrial on her multifamily off of Industrial Way off of California. Will that be addressed also?
Yeah, I think she said Industrial Parkway, actually, but,
Yeah, Industrial Parkway is the name of the road.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, what I did was I had Victoria gave Heather Manso her contact info, and I'm going to take a closer look at that area.
Yeah, because that is all multifamily on
Mhm.
that side of the street, on the south side of the street. It's
Okay.
commercial on the north side and multifamily on the south side until you actually get to the corner of California on Staub's property. So,
Okay, yeah, I have her information. I'm going to look into that.
thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Are we inclined? I was,
I'm going to bug you one more time. Sandra Owens actually asked for Rice Street. My question is,
yeah, it's
huh?
in there.
Okay, my question is why don't those other two lots that are to the east of her, why aren't they being considered as commercial also?
Because they're not currently zone commercial and they're not currently designated commercial, so I limited it to those areas that are currently in today, right now today, designated as commercial. Those are designated residential, so I just wanted to leave those alone.
Okay, because I was just wondering, because I know that on, even on the other side, on Corbett, there's residential, there's commercial.
Mhm.
And then those two lots just seem to be kind of like sticking
Yeah,
out there.
no, those homes on Rice Street actually got the Historic Preservation Award a few years ago, actually. And I thought there were 3 homes there, and I appreciate what Sandra said, and I think there's a lot of merit to that. I want to think harder before we put the houses there, and that may be something that we get to ultimately, but right now I'm not ready to go there. It's not going to be my recommendation today.
Okay, anything else? Anybody? Terry, you set?
I do have one question, though. Yeah, I'm just going to do this. Is back on the memorandum you sent today. Did you contact all these 5 landowners?
On Arrowhead?
Yeah.
I did not. The land is zoned single-family 1 acre, so the zoning actually is low-density residential right
Okay.
now today.
Okay, well, why does it say that we're changing it?
We're not changing the zoning. I'm proposing to change the land use designation because the land use designation is medium-density residential, even though the zoning is single-family
Sorry,
1
chicken
acre.
egg things. Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any further comments? We need a motion, but we also need, and we have to have 5 votes? Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question, just because, I mean, we've been doing this for over a year, retired. But the question is how difficult would it be, and is it in our agreement with Clarion to make a final one with the 100 and something changes and all of these changes, and getting us a clear map without any little black marks on it? Is that part of our scope? Is it a possibility to get it done? So we look at it one more time, or is this just?
I do not want to do it, and I'll tell you why. The February version is a reflection of the joint meeting that you had with the Board of Supervisors. I don't want to put something before the Board of Supervisors, because keep in mind, they saw that December draft. You met with them in December. You gave input. Clarion edited the document. And in response to that. So the February document is responsive to that. I don't want to bring forward a document to the Board of Supervisors that is not responsive to the input they provided in December. That's part of the reason, and I talked actually to Clarion about this, that's part of the reason I itemized all this, so it would be very transparent exactly what those changes are. The Board of Supervisors may not agree with what you've suggested. You have suggested removing some policies that they did not suggest in December removing. And so this way, the Board of Supervisors can see exactly what is the document that was responsive to their input, what are the changes being proposed by Planning Commission, and then once we know what the Board of Supervisors has agreed to, at that point, I will ask Clarion to finalize the document. In terms of the mapping, there have been a lot of questions on mapping. I've met with, I think, every single one of you, and we've gone through the maps. And so the board, I have not done that for. So what I have told at least one board member is I will itemize every single solitary map change for that board. I feel like you all are very familiar because you have been more engaged. So, but let me just see if Darcy has anything. She's shaking her head no?
That'll make
Okay.
sense to me.
Okay, so yeah, so that was, so could I ask Clarion to do it? Yes, I could. Do I think that would compromise the transparency? I do, and that's my reluctance.
All right.
All right, I'll make the motion. Here we go. I move to adopt Resolution 2025-PC-R-1 with the following modifications made to the draft plan as identified in Hope's 2 memos. I think we have that correct.
You can say the staff report
Or-
to the Planning Commission dated March 26, 2025, and the memo to the Planning Commission provided as late material dated March 26, 2025.
I like that word.
And,
Thank you.
and I think you guys, and I think you wanted to also add a modification that Flex Industrial will be renamed Flex, and commercial would be considered a primary use in that designation.
I like my motion.
Is there a second?
That,
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5 votes carries. How about a 5-minute break or 10-minute break? I would like to thank everybody for coming today and being civil.
And being civil, absolutely, being civil.
like to call us back to order. Item 6B, LU 2025-0069, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit to allow for the construction of an 8-foot-high CMU block wall along approximately 143.5 linear feet of the west line of the west property line adjacent to the residential zoning district on property zone retail commercial located at 2748 North Carson Street, assessor's parcel APN 001-032-36. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. The subject parcel is located on the west side of North Carson Street, approximately 1,000 feet south of its intersection with West Nye Lane. The parcel is zoned retail commercial and is currently being developed with a drive-through restaurant. The applicant is proposing the construction of an 8-foot CMU block wall along approximately 143.5 feet of the western property line, which is adjacent to residential zoning. That's shown here in green. The intent of the wall is to help to buffer the residential use from the commercial use at this location. Fences and walls are permitted in the RC zoning district consistent with the requirements of Division 1.13 of the development standards, which requires a special use permit when a fence in excess of 6 feet in height is constructed within the setback. The setback along the western property line is 30 feet due to its adjacency to the residential zoning. Therefore, the request triggers a special use permit. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making all 6 findings of fact in the affirmative. Staff has made all findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. I'm available for questions. I don't know if the applicant's representative is here. They had indicated that they would be, but I did not find anybody.
There he is. He's here.
Oh, great.
Is that it? All right. I have a question for you. On the easement that's back there, there's a 5-foot or 5-foot utility easement, I think. Is it used? Should it be abandoned? I think they had to work around it, and there's the fence line. If you look at one of the details, the fence lines are all squiggly, and if they put up this 12-foot fence on one side of it, is that a problem, or can we
I'll let
put it in the
Stephen speak
middle?
to
or-
it.
Okay, Stephen?
Stephen Potato, Development Engineering. So I don't know if it's being used by any dry utilities. The city doesn't have any utilities in there, but it is common practice to have those public utility easements on all property lines. So.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff?
Had some questions
Great.
for the developer, if
Okay.
he's here, or the
All
developer's
right, he's here.
representative.
Can the developer or the applicant come forward? All right, that's right. There she is.
There she is. Okay, okay. Hello. Thank you for coming this evening. The question I had, it's going to be a series of questions. It's a sequence of questions. This is a fairly expensive part of the project. You're putting up an 8-foot wall where a 6-foot might work, and this is required a special use permit, and doing a block wall is certainly far more expensive than a wood privacy fence. So can you explain to me, which I'm glad you're doing, I'm just curious, what was the sequence and what was the things that transpired to bring you to that conclusion?
Yeah, so a resident actually reached out to Panda, which I believe he's here, maybe if that's him. And so they requested a 7 to 8 foot height wall. And so Panda took that in consideration and said yes. And so they want to develop it taller.
Oh, well, that's...
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, yeah. Kara Beatleston.
Right. Well, this is one of the things we deal with all the time, is conflicts between land uses and property owners and residential and commercial. And so thank you for making our job a lot easier tonight with this particular proposal. And then I appreciate I appreciate the residents and you working this out, so it's just basically coming to us tonight. The only other question I had, so thank you for working with the neighbors, I certainly do appreciate that. Is the wall going to be solid gray block, or is there some thought giving it to some sort of pattern block with some of the colors that may be associated with the Panda building and that kind of thing?
I believe it's just going to be the solid gray CMU block.
Okay. That's an 8-foot high wall, 140 foot long is a large visual mass of gray. Would the applicant be willing to look at interspersing some color block into the in a pattern into that wall? So I'm not asking you to change the material, just asking you to change the color of some of the block.
So just to develop like a pattern?
A pattern.
Yes. Does that have to be answered right now, or is that something that we can discuss with Panda?
I think that would be something, if you're open to it, I think staff could work with you on that.
Okay. Yeah, they've done like things like that before. It's just not a common request, so we would just run it by the client.
Well, I'd like to hear what my other commissioners are thinking. Maybe that's not something they'd be interested in, or having that particular condition placed on the project. That's just kind of my idea. So maybe the other commissioners can weigh in on that, if that's being too onerous or if that's not being too onerous.
Commissioner Peterson?
Thank you, Chair. How many backyards does this wall go up against? Looks like, is it one property and then two half properties? Is that how that works?
Yeah, it looks like it's one full parcel and two partial.
And then two halves?
Mhm.
So I'm thinking that you could probably just rotate on courses, different colored block, because I think the block's same price, so you could probably do just horizontal stripes just to break it up, something to consider.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Preston?
I'm kind of surprised because the thing is that's not something that we do. I mean, I'm looking at an 8-foot structural fence because it's going to have to be done with a structural engineer to be 8 feet tall and block. And 120 feet that was requested, I think that they've gone over and above. And if they want to be part of the Brewery Art Center mural project, perhaps that's something they could do. But I think that, requesting patterns in block, which is basically, I'm looking at this, in fact, when I first saw it, I went, they're doing this of their own volition, so that's where I am. So I would be I don't think that I would want that as a condition of use.
Commissioner DeChristopher?
Based on how easy you've been to get along with thus far, unless I hear something different from one of the neighbors. Okay, no. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, having driven to. Okay. Yeah, I think that's great. I like Commissioner Peterson's idea that it wouldn't be any more cost to do something that was variegated, but I also know you have branding considerations. So I just applaud what you've done. It really does make our lives easier.
Are you familiar with the 6 recommendations that staff has made for the conditions of approval?
That's listed in this?
Yes.
Yes.
And you accept those?
Okay, maybe we should go over them. Wait, are they in this report?
They're on page 2 of the staff report. There's a heading called Recommended Conditions of Approval.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've reviewed these.
All right. And I too applaud your civic mindedness to provide an 8-foot fence, and I'm sure that the Brewery Arts Center would love to help you paint it. Is there any public comment? Do you want to say something, sir? No, I'm just glad you're doing this. Okay. I was going to say, you want a door in the wall? No. All right. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Cron?
And I'm ready to make a motion. If
Go ahead.
he's as happy as can be, then let's make a motion and move on. I move to approve LU-2025-0069 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Preston. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 6C, LU 2025-0063. Discussion and possible action regarding the request for a special use permit to allow for the replacement of a metal storage container at the Pony Express Air Park for use by the High Sierra Radio Control Club on the portion of the property zone PR located at 1,840 feet to the east of Flint Drive and on the east side of RC Complex Road, Assessor's Parcel APN 010-011-29. Heather.
Good evening, Heather Manzo for the record. So for some context, this is relatively near the waste management, the dump out there. So
The
in terms
landfill?
the landfill, I'm sorry, yes. And so with this request, the site plan has been provided by the applicant that shows where the RC car track is and where the clubhouse is and where they want to place the metal container. The intent of placing the container is really to store some items that the club has had to move on and off property constantly, and so this would provide a secure and weatherproof way to store those materials. And it's also relatively temporary, so if the club is no longer there and the city doesn't see a need to keep it there, it can always be removed. And so with that, I did want to just point out that one of the requirements for placing a container permanently on a site is to provide screening. It does have language in there that leaves it relatively open to interpretation. And so staff is recommending that it be painted, and I said, I used some terminology, but that could be changed if necessary. The building that it's going to be next to is white, and then everything else around there is pretty much brown because it's dirt. And then in terms of screening, the site is screened by the natural terrain itself. It's not visible from any public roadway. And one of the requirements in code does speak to fencing and with some slats or landscaping. So given the location of the container itself, it's fully screened by the landscape, and putting any fencing around that area would actually probably create an eyesore. So staff is recommending approval of this request, and the applicant is present if you'd like
All
to
right.
address them.
Is the applicant here? Come on forward. Can they paint it orange and white checkerboard?
That was my attempt at PowerPoint shed drawing.
I see.
One night.
Okay.
I apologize.
Well, I think an orange and white checkerboard is apropos, so.
If you want it, we'll do it.
Nick Wentworth, Carson City Parks Project Manager, and I've got the president of the club here as well for
Okay,
questions.
and you're familiar with the conditions of approval? And
I'm sorry, I did not bring those with me. Yes.
and do you accept the conditions of approval?
That would be just to paint the container.
Correct.
Satisfactory. Yes, we agree.
Okay. Is there any other questions for the applicant? All right, hearing none, Commissioner Cron?
Actually, my question kind of goes back to Heather. On condition number 5, recommended conditions of approval, number 5, it says a neutral color. I would prefer to use the actual language in the development standards, which is earth tone.
Well, what if he wants to paint it white?
What's that?
What if he wants to paint it white like the building next door?
Yeah, we could do that if that's the commission wants. You'd prefer that? Okay, I'm good with that.
Quick point of order, that it just looks white in the picture. It's actually brown, which is the color of our shade structures.
All right.
So we could match the color of the existing structure, which is a light tan, which I think is what Parks prefers.
Okay, I
We just need to know.
All right.
yeah, my feeling is that the visualness out there really just needs to match. So if you can match the other structures and or that would make me be as happy as can be
Why
tonight.
don't we just take out neutral color and say paint to match?
Sure, that works.
Okay? That acceptable to you guys?
That's easy.
Okay. All right.
That works.
Anything else? How about a motion?
I could do a motion,
All right.
although I've made several tonight. Yes, please do.
Yes,
Please
all
do.
right. Commissioner Preston, would you please make a motion?
I move to approve LU 2025-0063 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report and to paint it to match.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Cool.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Item 6D. Discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit in the Skyline area hillside development to allow for the construction of a guest building which exceeds 1,000 square feet in size and off-site improvements to provide access from Highway 50 west to the subject property on property zone commercial reserve and single-family 5-acre located on north of Highway 50 west on portions of parcels APN 007-05184, 007-05182, 007-05109, and 007-05170. Heather.
Heather Manzo again for the record. So I've identified the areas where there's an existing dirt road that goes up to the subject site. And then there's, in red on this slide, is the approximate location of where the development will be occurring with, for this single-family use. And with this, this actually triggers 3 different special use permits. One of them is for hillside development because the average slope, oops, I'm missing a slide, because the average slope is exceeds 33% in some areas. That is only where the access road is located. And then a hillside development special use permit, the Skyline restricted area special use permit, because everything that's shaded in red here is within the Skyline restricted area. And so what it says is any development proposed within that area requires a special use permit to come before the Planning Commission to ensure that visual integrity of basically our higher elevation is maintained, and that a thoughtful engineering process is conducted to ensure that the drainage and grading are not excessive. Impacts to drainage and grading are not excessive, excuse me. So with the Skyline restricted area, the applicant provided an email showing where the residents will be in relation to Highway 50, which Highway 50 is down kind of highlighted in yellow on this slide. And the residence is the little tiny red dot at the top there. So from their perspective, when they evaluated this, the residents actually won't be visible from Highway 50. From a hillside development perspective, which again is just related to the roadway, in particular, where we pay attention is where the areas are red, because those are those 33% plus slopes. And so as you'll see, there are definitely portions of the access road as it's located today that are within those 33% grades. And so with that, we do have that special use permit for hillside development. And so what the applicant has done is hired an engineer to design that roadway to, number one, set the grading in a way that will address the fire requirements for maximum slope of the roadway. And then also to maintain the access. There's an existing easement in place, and so they tried to stay with that as much as possible where they could, and then they're proposing to relocate the easement where they weren't able to match the fire requirement slope maximums based on the wildland urban interface standards. So what I did is pasted together the access road without the color on it to basically discuss grading and what the roadway improvement requirements are based on the wildland urban interface standards that fire has established. So with this, there are some areas where the grading gets wider, and those are just tougher areas that the grading extents go out a little bit further to get that grade that's necessary for fire access. And then on the third page of the grading plan that's in the staff report packet, the applicant did paste in the rural roadway design detail, stating that that's the standard they were going to use in constructing the roadway. That will include paving, and the reason being is because this roadway all the way up to the house has to be able to accept a 75,000-pound fire vehicle if there's a response up in this hillside. So in order to achieve that, engineering and public works worked closely together to determine that the finished treatment needs to be either concrete or asphalt. So that is a condition, I believe it's condition number 8, that states that they will use the rural roadway standards for constructing the access. So in terms of on-site, what we have is any development, again, in the Skyline area does require a special use permit. So I included all improvements on this site plan instead of just showing the guest building, which is the third special use permit trigger is the guest building itself. And I did want to note that we're using the previously adopted code from before December 1st, 2024. So it can be a little confusing, but that's what the analysis is based on, is our previously adopted code. So what they've got is a single-family residence that is attached to the guest building and garage via a covered walkway, and then all of the utility improvements that they plan to include with the project. So those are all contained within that red area that I identified on the first slide. And in terms of building elevations, I did provide the context of the proposed residence and the proposed ADU to show that the architectural design is complementary to one another. And then that may be, that may be it in terms of slides. So the rest of the architectural slides were included in your packet on 11 by 17. It was really tough to make these fit on something that's going to be legible for the commission and the public. So having gone through all of the standards for hillside development, the Skyline restricted area, and then our standards that we have for guest buildings, staff was able to make all of the necessary findings and is recommending approval of the request with the conditions that are recommended. And most of those conditions really do speak to the Skyline restricted area and the hillside development, really trying to mitigate the impacts of the grading especially, and to ensure that construction traffic is going to be located in an area that's not going to further cause scarring within the native area up there. So staff's recommending approval. I did receive 2 phone calls from an adjacent property owner, essentially just asking questions about what the project entailed, but they didn't express an opinion one way or another, and the applicant is available if you have questions for them as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Heather, when you said this house is not going to be visible from Highway 50, is that the house or the ADU?
So what
Because the ADU is a little up the hill.
What the applicant had noted is that the development itself would not be visible from Highway 50.
Okay. I would guess it probably isn't. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is this: what is the deed of agricultural conservation easement? What is that?
So there is a conservation easement actually on the northern portion, a large portion of this parcel is under the conservation easement. And then a portion of the second parcel, which has the 2 arrows within it. That one actually has, actually, it's not that. It's the one that's to the south of the red box. That one has a conservation easement over it as well. And so what that conservation easement spoke to specifically was that a roadway can be built within the constraints of the existing easement. Because the access is being moved slightly, it's outside of that area. And so there is a condition that would require the applicant to take the approval, basically, the approved special use permit forward to the Open Space Commission for a presentation. So it really won't change any decision that's made on the special use permit. It's just checking boxes in terms of
Okay.
complying with the CE.
Are there any other questions for staff? Commissioner Crone?
Yeah, a couple. Following up on that, Heather, what if OSAC says no? What if OSAC says no? If for some particular reason the building is far enough out of the, oh, there's Lindsay. There she is. So that was just a question, you know, and I think that makes perfect sense related to the conservation easement, but I'm just curious, I'm just concerned that we got the cart before the horse, because if open space says no, then what do we do? I don't know, I haven't got an answer, but I'd ask the question.
So I'll give you the planning answer, and then we'll
Sure.
turn it over to Lindsay to
All right,
address
fair
it for
enough,
parks.
Fair enough.
Oh, so in terms of the planning answer, the recommendation was to present it to OSAC. It wasn't for approval. So in terms of what the conditions of approval say, once they take it to OSAC, then it addresses the condition, and we're good to go there. And then I'll turn it over to Lindsay on what OSAC might say.
For the record, Lindsay Boyer, Open Space Manager for Carson City. So the property that we're talking about today, we call it Horse Creek Ranch. It is covered under a conservation easement held by Carson City. And the original conservation easement, as it was written, did have 2 areas, building envelopes basically, that would allow for the construction of residences. So from day one of that easement, that was always baked right in as an allowable condition. And so as far as the residences are concerned, they're located within that building envelope where that is essentially excluded from the conservation easement. And then as far as the road is concerned, that is located on what we call parcel number 3. It's that lower parcel. And what the language in the conservation easement says is that roadway improvements are allowable in the event that there is a residence constructed in the area, but it does require express written consent, I guess, by Carson City. Based on reading through the easement, there's nothing in there that says that what there is being proposed is not allowable. So essentially, I don't anticipate that OSAC would have a reason to say no, especially with staff being able to explain the language in the easement. But because there is that language in there about seeking, permission essentially from Carson City, of course, they're coming for this special use permit, but because there's a conservation easement held by parks and specifically open space, that's an additional condition that we wanted to add just to have it all out in the open and have OSAC be aware that this is happening.
Lindsay, follow-up question on that. And maybe Stephen too, maybe this is a joint thing. Obviously, you're going to have construction happening within the easement area because of the construction of the homes and the roads and stuff. Is there any limitation on the disturbance that could be impacted on the site? Horse Creek's a very special place, and it was one of the high priority when Juan Guzman was here. That was and Steve Hartman when he was chair of the Open Space Committee. That Horse Creek Ranch was very important to them. And my concern is just, again, will there be any oversight? So are we going to have a contractor out there blading and grading to his heart's content, or will there be some sort of restrictions put on him to limit, one, the grading, the necessary grading, but I'm concerned about him going outside of what's a necessary construction envelope. And that's for about the houses and the buildings and also the road I'm concerned about, Stephen. So Lindsay, whoever wants to go first.
So I'll go ahead and jump in. Condition number 9 actually requires that the area for construction be fenced and so that they, and signed so that the construction equipment does not extend beyond that fenced area into areas they shouldn't be grading within.
Okay, is the city going to enforce that, or how is that? What's that? Is the building, I mean, that's just the enforcement side of things. I've seen people use orange construction fence on construction site, and everybody seems to want to park on the outside of the orange fence or do other things on the other side of an orange fence. So that's all I'm concerned about. This is a very special place up there. That's what I'm concerned about. Okay.
Commissioner DeChristopher.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was taking a look at the Exhibit B, permitted uses and practices. On page 32, item D, it's referring to the right to restore, preserve, improve, and utilize existing cabins. Help me weave that into this story.
So Lindsay Boyer for the record. There are 2 historic cabins that are located on the property. They are not in the area in which construction is proposed. They're located much lower, and I don't believe that there are any improvements or changes or anything related to those cabins. They're totally separate from this project.
So this is, because it's stating that at some point in the future, then, if they got rid of the cabins, they would be allowed to do another structure? Or is that the one we're talking about tonight, up to 3,500 square feet? And
I believe they're totally separate. Those cabins are still in place. So yeah, nothing's changed there.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of curiosity, so when you do the road improvements, you're going to have a lot of big flatbeds carrying material. You're going to have concrete trucks getting up there. You'll do those road improvements prior to all that traffic heading up the hill?
We can call the applicant up to answer that question.
Yep.
Lindsay's with Parks.
Okay, sorry, Lindsay, oops. I have a lazy eye. I was actually looking at her. I'm teasing.
Are there any other questions for staff? Mr. Preston?
Yeah, I have one, is that, you talk about how long you've been here. We used to party up at Lathrop's Ranch when this was the ranch. Anyway, but our access was actually up through Kings Canyon. So we go up Kings Canyon and then drop down into the valley. Now, there is a gate up there now. Are they going to be accessing through that gate too?
So as part of our review process, Parks had provided some information noting that Kings Canyon is actually a historic roadway. And so about 6 months ago, the applicant brought back their design and came up with the design coming off of Highway 50. So access from or to Kings Canyon, if there's an easement, may be possible, but it would not be able to be improved beyond its current state.
Okay, I just thought that was the Lincoln Highway anyway, so. I know that there was a cabin up there previously that was taken down prior to the waterfall fire that was up in an area up there. And then I do know that was the primary access into Horse Creek. Like you said, back when the Lathrops had it, and that was the way we got into the cabins. So that's why I'm asking, because it was a designated roadway and an acknowledged roadway. And where the Schultz Ranch Road is coming off of Highway 50, and it's more of a private road. So I just was wondering.
So primary access for this project must come from Highway 50. So what they're proposing is what the requirements are, is primarily because of the engineering and fire requirements for being able to respond to the site. So Kings Canyon Road has to stay in the condition that it is today, and because improvements were required, primary access will come from Highway 50.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Is the applicant here? Can you come forward?
Hi, Joe Cassiopo with Resource Concepts. I'm a civil engineer representing the client as their civil consultant on this project.
Okay, and you have seen the conditions of, the recommended conditions of approval,
We have.
and you accept those?
So I'd have to look over my shoulder once. The only thing they're hung up on is the access road, only because of, we want to disturb that the least possible. And the issue is it's about 8,400 feet long. And we had a detail on our plans because we coordinated with the city that said, hey, if we're going to do the local road standard, it's going to be, I think it's like 28 feet wide. And so when you run the math, it's going to cost them well over $1 million just to pave the road. And then we have the grading involved and everything else. And so I had today, and I want to thank staff because I had some last minute questions and I've really appreciated working with Heather, and Stephen chimed in. And one of the questions I had is in here, the fire department states it has to be an all-weather surface, has to be able to support 75,000 pound apparatus to support it. And so my question today was, does it really have to be paved? Or if we can show that an alternative means can support this, could we do something different? And Stephen, and I don't want to misspeak, I apologize, but after looking at it, it says the main reason is fire and it has to support this, and about the only way to support that load is for it to have some kind of paved surface. And I don't know if I finished with my question, but my question was going to be if upon doing the geotech investigation and getting a recommendation, if it could be something other than paved, would that be acceptable?
Okay, Stephen?
Stephen Pote with Development Engineering. So yeah, the development standard I'm familiar with on the engineering side says that alternate materials can be approved by the city engineer. And I don't think that the fire code specifies materials like Heather was saying, it's just the weight. So if they want to do that analysis and prove that up, and specifically it'd have to be for all weather. That's the main concern is, can you remove the snow efficiently? And if it's saturated, will it still hold that weight? So we're open to looking at that analysis.
And with that, we're fine with the conditions. We just wanted the ability to see if that's a viable option. And so in consideration of the motion, I don't know if that needs to be part of it or whatnot, but yeah, we want to do what's right. We want to make sure, we can obviously get vehicles up there, emergency or otherwise, and so it is going to wind up being if you look at the detail, 2 12-foot lanes plus some shoulder all the way up there. So, I mean, there's ample room. We're going to meet slope requirements and all that. So it's going to be a road that meets city standards, certainly.
Okay.
Mr.
Eric?
Chair. Joe, are you looking at condition 8?
Yes.
Okay, so Stephen, at the end of condition 8, could you just add utilizing the roadway section for rural roads or a standard acceptable to the city engineer and fire marshal?
That would be acceptable.
That's acceptable to you also?
It is, yes.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question, Joe. I mean, you're talking about building a mile and a half worth of road through the forest. It's 24 feet wide, and it can take 75,000 pound vehicle. Okay. I used to have to work a lot on the roads for the Marlette water system. And my question would be, is a lot of times trying to keep snow removal off is going to be ridiculous. I mean, part of the time you're not going to be able to access this property, period. I mean, it's going to be that way. My question is given the fact that Horse Creek has so much water, would it be a possibility to actually sprinkle that building and maybe eliminate the road? Because what you're looking at is you're looking at this as a condition for fire, right?
Right, it has to meet fire requirements.
it has to meet fire requirements. But my question would be is if you sprinkled it, because that property has so much standing water and so much wells and so many water rights specifically to that property. I mean, it just hit me as a thought. I mean, I'm looking at 8.5 mile road, so just a question.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of road. I mean, we have to get up there somehow. And like Heather had said, the access from Highway 50 is the route we have to take. And that road exists right now in an unpaved fashion. It's there, it's graded, and improvements are going to need to be made of it. But we're not tearing through trees, and it's already disturbed, it's there. We just have to make sure we don't have slopes steeper than 12% and things like that. Obviously, if we could make the road narrower, we would love to. It'd be less expensive, but it is what it is.
And I'll jump in really quickly. Because of the size of the main house, at least, it's already going to be sprinklered. And I feel like both may be planned to be sprinklered. So there would be two different requirements, and fire would conduct the review on that. The access is required, and I believe the structures themselves will trigger it. And it may be required because it's in the WUI. I'm not entirely sure, but fire will review for conformance with the WUI standards.
Excuse me, I was just wondering how you can build in the middle of the forest in any way anymore without insurance, and if you're gonna spend $1 million on a road, I hope you can insure it, and I hope you can sprinkle it, so.
Commissioner Peterson.
Question for Joe and Heather. So there's a pretty gnarly switchback, like not too far from access off Highway 50. Is that something that the fire trucks can get through construction vehicles, or are you guys gonna try and straighten that out? I mean, is that something that you're gonna have to consider?
Yeah, part of the improvements for us is looking at that. We've looked at it. We looked at it a while ago for the Schultz family, and we know that part of the improvements is going to be to make sure we can get emergency vehicles through that. Right now, it's a little too sharp for it, but the layout we're showing accommodates that.
Cool. And then if you guys did, like, say, have to do asphalt, which sounds like you'll have an alternative to that, you would still have to put down X amount of base, compaction, all that or the other. So your final surface is pretty much open to debate.
Correct. It's going to have to be, it's going to have to be a structural section. The geotechnical engineer, they usually on any project, they'll provide recommendations as to what the road section needs to be comprised of.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll have to be based and compacted and brought up to whatever that specification is.
Cool.
And part of their instructions will be, we need a recommendation that is based on, the weight requirement
Current
that the road has to
standards for
handle.
that kind of weight.
Yeah.
Because like I say, during construction, you'll have concrete trucks. And
Right.
I would imagine a concrete truck is probably as heavy, if not heavier, than a fire truck.
Yeah, I don't know how heavy all these different trucks are, but,
Yeah, right.
I played with them as kids, but I don't know how heavy they are now.
Yeah, smaller scale.
But
Yeah.
no, obviously the road's going to have to be in good shape for them to get up there and do the work.
Right.
And then my hunch would be that they would want the road, I'm thinking from the client's perspective, would want the road serviceable enough to be able to do all that. And then, of course, kind of repaired and buttoned up to full condition prior to acceptance so that, it's like any road. If you do things too early and you pave them early and then all the equipment's driving up and down it, that'll be the most traffic that road ever sees.
Yeah, right.
Is during construction. Then after that, you want a nice finished
Yeah.
roadway.
Cool. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Commissioner Cron. Okay. Thank you. Well, you were going to make a motion.
I can do that.
Yeah, public comment? Oh, you butted in line, Denny.
I'm so sorry, I didn't see you jump. I have to get my momentum going. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I have the issues with conservation easements being really rolled over without very much consideration, in my opinion, as far as open space meeting. I think that this should have been before that, but the order of things is what they are. And I also, because of the zoning, It's really one house per many acres. And I think the size of that supplement or support house or granny flat is just putting another house on a piece of property that wasn't zoned for such. So I'm not comfortable with that. I'm also don't know what the property around it is. Is it state? Is it federal? Is it private? What are those what is that road going to be going through as far as private property, or is it all owned and will be a private road? Those things are the question. And since we have people here, it would be nice if you could direct and ask them that question once I finish my comment here. But I appreciate the individual involved and have a great deal of confidence that they would do the least damage possible. That peripheral damage that's done can't be undone, unfortunately. It can be supplementary resupported, but it's not going to be what it was. And so any of that needs to be considered very closely. And when I was looking at this, it almost made me cry because I'm going, all these houses, and they're getting with that sprawl consideration that people had talked about, is slipping into that. It's a beautiful plan. It's a gorgeous place, and maybe they can afford a road, but who will be tending it afterwards? If it's not a private road, I'd have to say I'm not for it. The city has enough asphalt that is not tending right now. So those considerations, and also the heat that it generates, it will affect that forest around it. And unlike that dirt road, it's not going to be compatible to the temperature rate of that area's existence anymore. So those things are my concerns. And, I just over and over again, our environment is so important that the fact that they have to maybe cut a different line or they're not allowed to go off of another route that's closer is unfortunate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Push the button. There
Yep,
you go.
got it. Good evening. My name is Telsha Hipple, and I am here representing my family, part of the Ray Schultz family. And we are the Old Woods Ranch LLC. And please forgive my cell phone here as I'm going to read something that my family has prepared. First and foremost, we respect and support the rights of individual property owners to develop their land within established guidelines. We also recognize and appreciate that the proposed home follows a minimal impact, self-sufficient approach, incorporating solar panel power and septic system. This demonstrates the commitment to responsible development, which we commend. That said, as neighbors and longtime stewards of this valley for over 100 years, we want to emphasize the importance of maintaining the integrity of the surrounding conservation land. The Horse Creek Ranch Conservation Easement was established to protect this landscape and its ecological value. And any development in the area should be mindful of minimizing this disruption to the environment. To that end, it is essential that all relevant parcels are clearly identified and that the terms of the conservation easement are actively monitored and upheld to ensure long-term compliance. Please note that our adjacent property, the Old Woods Ranch, is in the process of establishing a conservation easement ourselves with Carson City via the Forest Legacy Grant. We want to ensure this project and special use permit doesn't negatively impact RCE and plan to preserve our local forest, meadow, and the watershed. We understand that the development requires a special use permit due to the proposed accessory dwelling unit exceeding 1,000 square feet and the road construction on slopes exceeding 33%. While road access has historically been a challenge for this parcel, we encourage the committee to consider measures that will mitigate erosion, habitat disturbance, and long-term environmental impacts associated with road construction in this steep terrain. We respectfully urge the committee to ensure Horse Creek Ranch CE terms and conditions are satisfied. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Well, let's see. Mr. Peters.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Kudos to you for being such a good neighbor. You guys are lucky. I mean, that's fortunate. It's good to see that people get along. You know, neighbors are neighbors. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, everybody wins, I think. Yeah. Bravo.
I think that, you know, it's probably to our benefit in the long run if we can find a way to provide a surface for that road that is pervious or more pervious than asphalt or concrete and still meet the requirements. I think that's what we're asking for. I think it makes sense to try and do that if there's a way to do it. Because, you know, it just helps everybody out. So, Mr. Cron.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Based on that public testimony, Heather, could you explain just a little bit, does the road or in any way this project would impact the Woods Ranch? Is the road going over the property? How would you see that?
So I'll kind of address your question and answer Danny's as well.
Okay.
So where the road is it's there today for the most part, except for the areas where they need to modify the grade or the alignment to make sure that the fire apparatus can make the turns. So the easement exists today, the dirt road exists today, and it is all on private property. So the 4 parcels that were identified in the legal description are either where the residences are going or where the road is going, and those are all privately owned. In terms of the Oldwood Ranch, that is an adjacent parcel and is not being impacted by the development in terms of development activity. And in terms of the conservation easement and how those are regulated and maintained, I'd really rather call Lindsay up to address those questions if they come up.
Lindsay Boyer, for the record, Open Space Manager. So Carson City holds the easement. We go out annually and conduct monitoring. We have a large report that we work off of. There was baseline photo conditions taken when the easement was put in place. We meet with Mr. Kosker annually. He lets us know what activities they've been doing out there. So as far as, you know, monitoring kind of the activities during construction and ensuring that the easement is respected and that the tenets of the easement are maintained, we will definitely need to be involved in that process. You know, as Heather mentioned, there will be fencing as a condition that helps outline the allowable construction footprint. But staff, myself, and our senior natural resource specialist will definitely be part of monitoring this and making sure that compliance with the easement is maintained. Ultimately, related to the Old Woods Ranch comments, you know, we completely agree. We're here to ensure that the natural resources, the reasons why this property was conserved in the first place, that nothing about that changes. Like I mentioned at the top, the building, the proposed residences are within that building envelope that was excluded from the easement. So as far as the residences are concerned, none of that is applicable to the tenants of the easement. The only portion at this time that is, you know, applicable to the easement is that southern parcel. The roadway does go through a small portion of it. It's out of the meadow, which is the most critical portion of that property. The road itself exists. I don't believe that's a location where significant alterations to the road will need to be made, but I can't totally confirm that. But it is a very small portion of the parcel. It is in the upland portion. It's out of the most sensitive habitat. So, you know, we are comfortable with what is being proposed, and as mentioned, will be part of the process moving forward, and have been part of the process thus far.
Lindsay, thank you. And one last question for staff. Part of the special use permit is the approving of the increased accessory dwelling unit that's kind of garage slash house, guest house. We're at 75% above what we would, explain the percentages for me.
Okay, so because we're using the previously adopted code, it would be, because the guest building exceeds 1,000 square feet, it triggers the special use permit. It does not trigger a special use permit for an accessory structure that's too large. I did the calculations, and based on the main house, which is the living space plus a 3,000 square foot covered deck, the proposed accessory structure, including the garage and the guest building, is about 40% of the main residence size. So it didn't trigger a SUP for that. It's purely because it's over 1,000 square feet as a guest building.
Anything further?
Mr. Chair, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
I'm ready. Okay. I move to approve special use permit LU-2024-0239 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
With the amendment of item 8.
Oh, yes. With that, at the end of item number 8, at the end of that sentence, it would read, roadway section for rural roads or another surface acceptable to the Carson City Fire Department.
And in city engineer.
City engineer. Okay.
Okay. And the applicant agreed to that.
I'm gonna let other
All right.
people make my motion.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'm good.
Commissioner DeGeneres did. I knew I was going to do that. Commissioner DeChristopher.
If that were true, that would be my house. I second the motion.
Oh, well, it's been a long night so far.
Yeah, it has.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck on your house and your road.
Thank you very much.
Now the room mill's gonna go. Okay.
All right, the last item on the 3 o'clock agenda. We can start.
I got so much paper up here, I don't even know where I'm at anymore.
Maybe.
I don't know where I'm at anymore. All right. All right, somewhere up here I've got, what is it, agenda item 6E, F?
All right. LU 2025-0065, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit to establish an outdoor storage facility for boats and recreational vehicles allow for the placement of 3 storage containers on property zone limited industrial located at 2066 and 2088 South Lampa Lane. Assessor's parcel APN 010-06161 and 010-06162. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. The subject properties are zoned LI and are located on the west side of South Lampa Lane between Fairview Drive and South Edmonds. The site encompasses 2 parcels totaling 1.02 acres in size. The northernmost parcel is improved with a 2,177 square foot warehouse building, which is occupied by an electrical contractor. And the southernmost parcel is improved with a cellular tower and associated equipment. The applicant has been using the rear of the 2 parcels for outdoor storage of boats and RVs without the required SUP. Staff has been working towards compliance with the applicant, and the applicant is now requesting the SUP to legally establish the outdoor storage facility for a maximum of 29 boat and RV spaces and to allow for the placement of 3 storage containers. Outdoor storage is a primary use in the LI zoning district, subject to the approval of a special use permit and compliance with Division 1.12 of the development standards. Metal storage containers may be located on properties in the LI zoning district, subject to the requirements of Division 1.103 of the development standards. I would note that the director has the authority to approve the placement and number of containers. However, she did refer the request for the containers to the Planning Commission since you're considering the outdoor storage SUP as well. I've included a detailed analysis of the applicable sections of the development standards in the staff report beginning on page 3, and I'm happy to go over any of those requirements if the Planning Commission has questions. I would point out that staff is recommending several conditions of approval to ensure compliance with the code, including the submittal of landscape and irrigation plans with the site improvement permit, the requirement for site obscuring fencing, widening of drive aisles on the south side of the existing building, paving of the entire portion of the property that would be utilized for the RV and boat storage. A lot line deletion would also be required since the improvements cross the property lines. And you also have a memo as late material. Staff is recommending the addition of another condition, which was erroneously left out of the staff report. The condition requires paving of all parking spaces on the south side of the existing building, and the condition would read, as shown on the proposed site plan, the proposed parking spaces on the south side of the existing building are not paved. With the submittal of the site improvement permit, the applicant shall demonstrate that the parking area will comply with Carson City Standard Detail C 5.5.1.3, including paving. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making all 6 findings of fact in the affirmative. Staff has made all findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. We have received several written public comments regarding this item. They're included in your packet and also as late material. With that, I'm available for questions, and Joe Cassiopo is also here and may wish to address the commission.
Okay. Heather, is that on your memo, would that be condition number 12 then? Okay, so we'll just call it condition number 12. Okay. Any questions for staff? You said the applicant is here?
Yeah, Joe's representing the applicant as well.
Okay. You're here for forgiveness, not permission, right?
Something like that. Joe Cassiopo, Resource Concepts, representing the client as their civil engineering consultants.
And with now the 12 conditions of approval, are they acceptable to your client?
They are, yes, they are.
Okay. You have anybody have any questions for the applicant? Is there a requirement for these storage containers, if we approve them, to be painted? Or is it because they're an industrial area, they can be used for storage and we can't?
No, there
require
is a requirement that they be painted.
I may have missed it.
I think they have to be,
So it's condition number 7. The applicant shall maintain the metal storage containers
yes,
in earth
okay.
tone color.
All right, okay, thank you. Any other questions for anybody? Comments from the public? Seeing none, is there a motion? All right, Commissioner Preston?
I move to approve LU 2-2025-0065 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Commissioner DeChristopher, I second.
Thank you, Commissioner DeGeneres. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I wanted to just thank staff for their cooperation during the process. Heather, thanks to you and everybody. It's, quite frankly, it's always easy to coordinate with staff, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you for saying that. All right. Now for the 5 o'clock agenda. Agenda item number 1, or 7A, PUD 2025-0066. Well, it's been requested to be pulled, but we need to make a motion. You find it?
Okay, recommended motion, I move to continue PUD 2025-0066 to the April 30th, 2025 Planning Commission date certain.
Okay, and is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Preston, and I'll note that the applicant has also accepted that. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Oh, we're hot now.
Mr. Chair, if we can take 7B and 7C together.
All righty. For possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors concerning a request for an amendment to the tentative subdivision map for the Ash Canyon subdivision SUB 2022-0375 to modify the setbacks for 2 internal lots, 31 and 32, reducing the side yard setbacks from 10 feet to 6.5 feet on the property line on property zone single-family SF6 located on east side of North Ormsby Boulevard, approximately 450 feet north of West Washington Street. That's parcels number APN 001-27101 and through APN 001-271-41. And the other action item is to discuss and regard possible action regarding a request for a special use permit to allow for a fence to be located within the street side yard setbacks that exceeds the allowable fence height on property zone single-family 600 located at 1693, 1692, 1660, 1636, 1605, 1604 Venedo Drive, Circle, APN 001-271-01-41-33-32-24 and Okay. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. First, I'll walk through the request for the tentative subdivision map amendment, and then I'll walk you through the request for the special use permit. The Board of Supervisors approved the tentative subdivision map for Ash Canyon on November 3rd, 2022. The approval was subject to 35 conditions of approval, which the developer demonstrated compliance with, and the final subdivision map was recorded on November 25th, 2024, creating 40 single-family residential lots and a common area parcel. As you may recall, Ash Canyon is a common open space development, and with common open space developments, setback requirements were established with the tentative map. So what we're looking at now is a possible modification to the setbacks. So as outlined in the application material, the request to modify the setbacks is being made due to misunderstanding that the street side yard setback was 5 feet and not 10 feet. When the developer purchased the project, they had developed products with 2 footprints, both of which were designed for a 5-foot setback at the street side. However, the map required a 10-foot at the street side. So the applicant is now requesting approval of a tentative subdivision map amendment to modify the setbacks for only the 2 internal lots, lots 31 and 32, reducing the street side yard setback from 10 to 6.5 feet from the property line, and then all other setbacks would remain the same.
Okay.
This slide shows what the note on the map currently looks like. This slide shows what they're asking for. Staff was able to make all findings as outlined in the staff report and is recommending approval of the tentative subdivision map subject to the modifications to condition 20, which specifically calls out a reduced street side yard setback of 6.5 feet for lots 31 and 32 only, and the addition of condition 36, which would require the developer to file a certificate of amendment for the final map to modify note 10, which outlines the required setbacks on the recorded map itself. And we would require that that certificate be recorded either prior to construction or within 1 year of this approval, whichever occurs first. And the Planning Commission's action today is a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
So on a separate but related request, we have the request for the special use permit. And that request applies to the 6 corner lots within the Ash Canyon subdivision. We have the 4 lots along North Ormsby and then the 2 internal lots that we just discussed. The applicant is seeking an SUP to allow for a 6-foot tall wood privacy fence to be located on the street side yard property line for the 4 parcels along North Ormsby and within 2.5 feet of the street side yard property line for the 2 interior corner lots, lots 31 and 32. Per Development Standard 1.13, subsection 5A, a side obscuring fence may not exceed 3 feet in height when it's located within 5 feet of the property line on the street side. However, subsection 7 allows for an applicant to request approval of a special use permit for fences within the setbacks that exceed these height limitations. So first, I'll discuss the 4 lots along North Ormsby, which are shown in this purple color here.
Heather,
Um,
I'm going to let Commissioner Crone run the meeting for a
Okay.
minute. I have to,
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. The intent of the code is to require a 5-foot minimum setback for a 6-foot fence along the street side yard to avoid the appearance of a solid wall at the back of the sidewalk and to help to preserve the sight distance for the traveling public. As you can see with these diagrams, the fence will be set back approximately 17 feet from the back of the sidewalk, and there will be substantial landscaping within the right-of-way between the sidewalk and the property lines. So this really isn't your standard corner lot situation with a property line right at the back of the curb or the back of sidewalk. With regard to the 2 interior lots that are shown here in blue, the 6-foot fence is requested to be no closer than 2.5 feet from the street side yard property line, leaving a planting strip between the back of curb and the fence and providing a small side yard with privacy for the homes. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making all 6 findings of fact in the affirmative. Staff has made all findings and is recommending approval, subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. These conditions include a requirement for a detailed landscape and irrigation plan to be provided, screening and softening the fence located within the street side yard setback for lots 31 and 32, and a condition that requires any fencing that extends past the front facade of the houses to be limited to no more than 3 feet in height if constructed of site obscuring materials, or 4 feet in height if they are constructed of open view materials in order to protect the site distance. With that, I'm available for questions, and John Kropotkin is also here and can answer questions, and he may have a brief presentation as well.
Just real quick, does anybody have any questions related to the amendment up here? Any members? Or anybody have any questions related to the SUP? I had a quick question related to the little 2.5 foot strip that we're talking about. So on the 2 lots, on the 2 interior lots, Now, as I understand it, the whole development is going to be a homeowners association, correct? And they're responsible for the landscaping, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm just concerned when you have something that small in a landscaping scenario that it turns into a weed patch. And so as long as somebody's responsible for the design and it doesn't become, just a discarded little piece of landscape, I'm okay with that smaller area. So,
The applicant may be able to speak to it
Okay.
as
Yeah.
well.
all right.
Is the applicant here? Thank you, sir.
Welcome. My first chair, my first time in the big chair. The,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
John Krompottek. I'm with KLS Planning, representing the applicant, who is Toll Brothers. Julie Wong is the land development manager. She's with me as well. We were just talking about Commissioner. Pardon me?
I have a couple questions for you,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah.
The,
You know what? I think it'd be best, if you don't mind, if I could go to my PowerPoint. I'll just zip right through it, actually focus on your question.
Okay.
Do you need to change them? Do you need to? Okay, go to whatever, about 4 or 5 slides down the road. Thank you. Let's see. So that shows a little bit of what Commissioner Cron was at. We can see the 2.5-foot wide strip between the property line and the fence. The next one, actually the next one after that, is the one that shows how we have adequate room to treat it like that plan is prepared there. That is done by our landscape architect, Rich Schock, as Tree Hugger Studio. And he and I talked about at length. We can put a ground cover of green or some inert material at the surface level, and then a lot of different ideas on vertical vegetation to soften the 9-foot plane. That was the idea. I mean, I think, we had a pretty healthy discussion with Commission and a prior applicant on a 9-foot plane, but this does have advantageously the texture of the wall changing from the texture of the fence and also the color. So I think that's just some implicit mitigation, and then the rest would be done with planting.
Very good. I like it.
Thank you.
It's my impression that the fence on the street is going to pretty much look like the subdivision next door.
I don't know what that, you mean the one to the north or
No,
to
on the Anderson Ranch.
the Anderson Ranch?
Yeah, the wood-
6-foot
the wood-
cedar, dog-eared, that's
yeah.
correct, privacy fence,
So
yes.
it's going to continue that look down the street.
Yes,
All right, now, these two interior lots,
yeah.
I would guess that the purpose of the fence primarily is to give some privacy to the backyard.
Yeah, side yard and backyard, correct.
It would seem to me that if we only, when I look at the house that's out there, and I don't know, I think the garage is on this side of these two lots. The garage side has, it seems like one window in it. It would seem to me that we could cut the use of the fence in half and go back to the side of the house so that you've fenced in essence, the backyard, and not have so much fence wrapping around the corner of the lot. You understand what I'm saying? Go back. One more.
I don't think you saw that one yet.
No. Let me look, put yours back up. Well, this is okay. Except that's the entrance.
No, that's the other side, yeah. That's the side we're talking
All right.
about, right?
If right there where that AA section is, that section marker.
Right,
If
exactly.
you came up to there about halfway through the house and came out from there and then came down and went halfway into the house in lot 31, you would protect the backyard, but you would leave the curve open for visual effect. I don't see what the purpose of that rest of that fence would be. There's no sidewalk, it's a retaining wall. It would seem to me it would be much more open if you didn't have that fence there. And then we don't have that same problem we have with some other subdivisions about,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I think I
fences.
can answer your question.
okay,
So essentially, once the fence starts to encroach into what will be the front setback, it cannot, and so essentially, once it extends past the front of the house, It will not be able to be 6 feet in height. According to the conditions of approval and code, if it's a site obscuring fence, it's limited to 3 feet in height. If it's open work fence, it can be 4 feet in height once it gets into that front yard setback area on the street side yard.
We also did accept that condition, Mr. Chair, and we also had our civil look at it with regard to site distance, so there's no obstruction that way.
Okay, it just
Yeah.
seems like
But it is a privacy
it's a
thing.
lot, it's a privacy fence on the side
Yeah.
that has privacy anyway,
Yeah.
you know, and it
I
just
mean,
seemed
we're
like.
also, there's a community aspect to this. I mean, everybody has 6-foot fence, and it would be not really in keeping and consistent with that. You know, there's that. The entire community has the same 6-foot fence with the exception of this lot, if you did as suggested. So it's just a consistency in the treatment of the fence at where it's located and the privacy aspect of it
Okay.
is where we were at.
All right.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? And you're okay with the conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. Public comment?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Chair. As you start to round that corner, I'm looking at that plan. So you've got your 6 foot, and then it looks like you start your radius coming around the front of the yard.
Yeah.
So does that step down to something that is like within code, like that 3 feet? Is that how that works? It step down or?
Do you know what he's asking?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the
Please
return.
identify yourself.
Oh, sorry, Julie Wong.
Hi.
Hello. You're talking about the return? So the
Well,
fence
this
will,
we've got like the 6-foot high fence that goes all along the side yards of those places. And then when it starts to make the radius to go towards the front of the yard.
the 6 foot will not go that far out.
Yeah, and how do you
It will go
terminate that? Is it just a?
Yeah, it will be returned into the house. So the fence will return into the house, the retaining wall will go, and then it will step down into grade. So yeah, once you get.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so the fence will turn into the house before, probably about 10 feet before you
Oh, I
even
see.
get to the edge of the house.
I see.
So yeah, that
Okay.
part won't be there, and then it will just be the retaining wall that will need to be there, and that will hit
It just
grade.
won't be two vertical ends that terminate.
Yeah.
Little step down or something that's a little bit.
Yeah,
more
so at the bottom, it will just be
appealing.
the 2-foot retaining wall that goes down.
I
But
see.
that will just be 2 foot into the ground. So there won't be anything that's 6 foot once you get past the house.
Once you start to make the turn.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Any public comment? Okay,
Okay. I move to recommend to the board the approval of SUB-2025-0070 and amendment to the Ash Canyon tentative subdivision map of SUB-2022-0375 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report.
I second.
thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
I've got another one. Hang on.
We
I
have
got
2
one more.
motions.
Oh,
I got one more.
Yeah, we got 2.
I move to recommend approval of LU-2025-0071 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report.
is there a second for that one?
I second.
Okay. Commissioner DeChristopher, thank you. Any further, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, now, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. We've had about enough fun, Hope. I can't find my paper. There it is. Staff report.
First, when I was getting ready for this meeting last night mentally, I just was thinking how much we've been through. Who knew it would end with a bang, right? But It did. So I just wanted, I mean, we got cupcakes to celebrate, and somehow that didn't feel right when the time came. But I just really wanted to tell you, I enjoyed the master plan process and going through it with each of you. I think it was really productive. It was honest. It was transparent, and I think it was all kinds of positive. I also want to thank Heather, Lena for fielding all the master plan questions that came in once those postcards went out. Mackenzie killed it, helping us with listening sessions, and Cecilia was there the whole time. So I should have recognized them early, and in the midst of everything, I didn't do that.
It would have fallen on deaf ears, and we certainly appreciate their help. So it's in the right
Well,
place.
Okay. So now I'll give you Mackenzie, of course, always killing it. She does this report. So let me turn it into a slideshow for you. Here we go. So this is just as of March 25th, so it's not the complete month. The building department had over 21 million in valuation and permits. We had 44 housing starts so far in March. That's a lot. So we have years where we do 200 building permit or housing starts. So we've had 279 housing starts in 2025 through March 25th. Planning Commission, you know what you've been working on, so I won't repeat it for you. Historic Resource Commission had 4 items. They allowed Brewery Arts to remove a cross from the steeple. They talked about the Historic Preservation Awards, the annual scavenger hunt, and future projects. Heather handled an administrative permit hearing earlier today, which was on 549 South Sutro Terrace, where somebody will be building a barn and storage structure. So you'll recall when you guys looked at Title 18 for those accessory buildings, there were things we made administrative permits, and that's a hearing that Heather or I can handle instead of them coming here. We had 46 business licenses issued in March as of March 25th. We like to spotlight a couple of them. So one of them is Spellcaster's Stash, which is a retail store that buys, sells, and trades video games and collectibles. In ESX Entertainment, we're having a film, the newspaper ran it today, but we're having a film shot in Carson City, so they obtained a short-term business license to shoot the film. Code enforcement opened 111 cases. They closed 74, and they issued 101 parking tickets. We had 5 liquor licenses issued. 4 were new licenses, the 7 Grill, which is over at Max's Casino, Lucky Strike, Comstock Casino, and Arco 42721. We also had an additional liquor manager added to Bully Sports Bar and Grill. Upcoming meetings, today's March 26th. So as I mentioned, the administrative hearing was earlier today. We had our Planning Commission meeting. There will be another administrative appeal hearing tomorrow morning, which Heather will handle. You'll have your next Planning Commission meeting on April 30th, and you have 4 items. One is a minor special use permit for a accessory dwelling unit on a property at Airport Road. You will have 2 abandonments of right-of-way. One's on Pratt Street and one's on Pilot Peak Drive. And then a special use permit for a billboard. Okay, I know. Special events in March and April, our business license division handles special events. And so on March 2nd, they'll have the Carson City Symphony at the Community Center, March 22nd. I guess those have gone by, so I won't mention them. April 19th, Wild West Easter egg hunt at Livermore Sports Complex.
Are they going to have real eggs?
I don't know. April 26th, Battle of the Bands at Fuji Park, and April 27th, the symphony will be at the Community Center. And so that is my report and upcoming items.
The part of the next meeting will be that PUD we continued.
Oh, right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to solve our problem with the confusion of master plans and developers' dreams and what's reality?
Well, it was interesting. Coming into the meeting, I spoke to the consultant in advance of the meeting because she had looked at the public comment and said, there seems to be confusion. And I said, I said yes and explained, what this other item was that honestly is not part of the master plan that we're working on. And my comment to her is the planning commission is clear. They're not confused. And I said, so to me that, and I'll say the same thing about the board of supervisors. I think the board of supervisors can distinguish the two. And so maybe in the interim between today and May 1, somehow we can help. I don't know how. I know Scott Newfer called in to ask me about it, so he may run something that helps. I think it's just better information.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner DeChristopher.
Yeah, just following up on that, I think you're absolutely right. When I heard the things that were being said, not only the things that were being interpreted incorrectly, but the anger and resentment regarding what are we going to call it? The City Hall project, or I mean, it's much bigger than that. I feel like there is a need for some clarification going forward so that we don't waste time, precious time, on the things that we do have as responsibilities. Because before you know it, then we're not paying attention to that, and that's the next thing. But the thing I really wanted to say is, because I wasn't clear before, when I said maybe we can share with the public some of the things that we heard from the business sector, I think it's because that's one of the main points that's missing, is they are looking at things in terms of residential without considering the fact that we still need these people who give us the amenities and the services that we enjoy. And I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I missed it, I didn't see it on the website, but I just think that would go a long way, because you and your staff have worked beyond any other project I have ever seen, and the commissioners, yes, but hours, much appreciated.
Well, I was just a little disappointed in the confusion because I felt like we tried so hard in the outreach, and because of the timing of the other item, it got conflated and took away the effort.
Yeah. Commissioner Preston.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner DeChristopher for being my wingman, because I didn't think I was going to make it to the bathroom. So I know you were, and I appreciate that. I mean, I don't usually have to say stop. I do think that there still is an undercurrent that is really tough right now. I'm wondering if there is some way that this other project could be rebranded into something else to separate us. I know we don't have any oversight of it, but I think somehow, perhaps it could be brought to the developer that they are creating havoc. I don't know. And I think that's very important, because we've put too much effort into this darn thing to be convoluted into this, and where we have people that are reading headlines and not giving an entire idea of what it is. I think it's very, very frustrating. Additionally, a couple of things that you did not put on the events that are coming up is that the appeal and the Nevada Appeal newspaper and the Chamber of Commerce are putting up things to say how to do business and welcome to business and some different things like that in the next couple of months. And I think it might be important for the planning department to be involved in it, and perhaps set up a little booth about how to get a business license. What do you need to do? Because I saw those too, and I looked at those as wonderful opportunities, and especially trying to bring in more businesses and where we're at on that. There was one other thing. I think that's the thing that's just frustrating, is you have done so much outreach. I mean, all of us have, and looking for that particular group of the 20 to 30 people. And I just wish Lynn would have introduced her son prior. And I think that that would be something that would have been really nice. So anyway, I think that's all I need to do on that. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you on your code enforcement. This is something that's kind of funny. And I'm trying to wrap my head around this because we're still dealing with only half a street at my office. And then coupled with the rioters, it's been exciting. Protesters, it's been difficult, and coupled with the legislature. Wasn't it last year that everybody went ahead and said, "Oh, you don't, all of your fines are absolved, and we don't have any code enforcement"? And didn't the Board of Supervisors say, "Oh, there are no outstanding tickets"? And now, yeah, please check on that because
Well, what I can tell you is there was something that the treasurer's office brought forward regarding uncollected parking fines. And I understand the question. Let me look into the answer because I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
About
but-
every 5 or 10 years, you tend to go back through your ones that you haven't collected.
Yeah, and
just
then the
write 'em
board
off.
can take an action, but the board didn't take that action. And so
Okay.
that is my recollection, and that it may be going before the board, but let me talk to the treasurer's office.
okay, and the thing is that maybe, with your influence with the Nevada appeal, maybe you can tell people that that parking is being enforced again.
Okay. I
Because
don't
some
have
peop-
influence with the Nevada appeal, but.
No, but just ask them to say something about this because we've got a lot of people that are getting tickets, and we got a lot of people that are there for 4 and 5 hours and really affecting business and not being able to get things done. So that was that one. And then on the City Center Motel, it's like they did a whole bunch of work and then they stopped at 800 North Carson. And wasn't that through a code enforcement thing?
The code enforcement was a nuisance because people were, vagrants were getting into the building, so it was a blight. That has stopped, which means the violation, the violation's been remedied. If they start work and stop work for some reason, that's not a code violation. Any work they were doing wasn't in response to the fact vagrants were getting in. To stop vagrants from coming in, they had to secure the building.
Okay, and then there's one other one, and I know nobody wants to hear this one, is last Sunday, one of my buildings actually had a fire, and it was out on North Carson Street, and it was actually attributed to Night Off the Streets. And I'm wondering why Night Off the Streets thought they could go into a private building with a tenant that didn't have that authority to let people spend the night in a commercial building. So considering that now is under, and I have to say the building department has been very helpful. The fire department the fireman offered to put me in jail on Sunday night. So anyway, just let you know, it's very exciting. But having people spend the night in properties that are not residential might be something to consider. Thank you.
Commissioner Cron.
I'm going to kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Preston said. I think you guys have really done a great job. The outreach to the community I thought was stellar. I thought the commission did a great job of supporting that outreach by being there. I was just really set back by the confusion that happened tonight. And it was, it called this, it got so wrapped up into things, it called this whole process into question. And, we got wrapped into kind of the accusations of doing things behind closed doors and all that kind of stuff. And I just wanted to as far as I was concerned, I thought staff did a remarkable job of trying to be open and transparent with the public through this whole process. We tried to reach out. I think the commission had multiple workshops. And then at the last minute, it just leaves at least in my mouth, kind of a bad taste of all the effort that we put into this to have it implode so badly on the community. There's the community's perception of kind of what they saw. And, unfortunately, I think it also part of it is when the community kind of got wrapped into this, yeah, and it kind of wrapped us into that as well. I'm not sure that people were listening tonight. I'm not sure people were really, I think they were here angry. And I get that and I understand that. But I just think the master plan lost out as a result of that anger and frustration.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So I thought Chair Chuck was like more than vocal on telling everybody what we're going to discuss and what we're not going to discuss right out of the gate, you know, and you drew a line that said, we're not going to discuss this redevelopment thing because that's not part of our program.
Yeah.
You know, and there was just a misinterpretation by the public that master plan thing tacked on at the end of their new development gig is what set the town on fire. You know, that's what made the natives restless, you know, and so they didn't want to listen. I think they waited here long enough that they wanted their 3 minutes of fame and they were going to speak, you know, even if it really didn't have anything to do with what we're supposed to do. You know, they misread it and didn't read between the lines and understand what that whole redevelopment thing is. It's not anything what we're doing. So, I mean, we're not to blame for that. We didn't sneak anything through. We didn't do anything clandestine. You know, I mean, we did what we were supposed to do, or you guys did it prior to me getting here, as far as getting the master plan thing all squared away. But they didn't want any part of that. You know, they wanted to vent their feelings on this. They thought we were pushing this whole thing through that downtown redevelopment. Well, we're not. That's not our gig. That has to go through its process. So maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe they won't. I mean, supervisors will hear about it, at their meeting. So I think we did a great job as far as just isolating ourselves from that particular topic, but some of them just weren't going to pay attention. They wanted to speak their mind, and they did. So that's
Well, I tried to think of tonight, what would we accomplish if we didn't? You know, if we decided to continue this and say, okay, now what are we going to do? And we're not going to do anything. We would just sit around and get some more letters in the mail and then vote on it again. So, I think we've been more than open. If we go back, my standing joke was that, the last master plan was written by 6 people in a dark room. At least this one got the daylight shined on it. I don't know how we could what would we do if we had another meeting? We would sit right here and those same people would come up and say the same things and without any concrete suggestions. There was no concrete suggestion as to what to change other than and I just let them go scream at somebody else.
If I may also interject, Mihela Niagos, Deputy District Attorney, and this is just from the perspective of open meeting law and the requirement to have public comment. And there, as the chair also acknowledged, there are two public comments, right? One at the beginning and one at the end of the meeting, in which that are not restricted to the action items that are within the agenda. And the way that this was published was any sort of comment related to a matter that is within the jurisdiction or the power, the authority of the commission can be heard. And of course, you can limit it at 3 minutes. And in this case, I think you made a good effort in trying to break down the two subject matters, right, of the comments, the ones that were unrelated to the action item that were addressed at the beginning. And I also appreciate that you gave an opportunity to the members of the public that had specific comments related to the master plan to also voice their concerns during the general public comment, because this is what we encourage our public to do, to maybe wait until the action items are addressed. But that's why we have those two public comments, is to allow them to come in and voice their opinions, even though they're not related to matters that are on the agenda for action. So I think it was a very good effort and a good, a fair opportunity that was given to the public to voice their opinions within the the two public comment periods that we've had, at the beginning and also during the master plan item.
Okay. Thank you for that. Public comment, chapter 2. You can come to the head of the line this time.
All right.
You only have to sign in once.
No, thank you, Chair. I actually had to gather myself a little bit. I appreciate the comments of I'm sorry, I can never say your name anyway, but yes, ditto on that.
Mihaela Niagos.
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to address I am taking a little umbrage, is that the right word, to Commissioner Peterson. A lot of those people had to get extra time off of work. Their misunderstanding was taken out on you, but their efforts to get here in many cases were huge. So please know that they actually stated their appreciation for your efforts in many cases. And to suggest that someone's here that's nervouser than me, that will get up and make a comment, has to be appreciated. While this case, you all kept it within a civil level, and that was really appreciated, even with the comments that were pretty much eyebrow raising to me by people that I know and appreciate. Not necessarily going to take that tack, but I don't want it to be considered as not a hard and a considered effort that they made to get here. And I think that had the supervisors been here, which this is my last couple minutes, I'm pissed as hell at the mayor right now. I think that she presented the situation up to this. And I don't know if she's trying to fire some fuel. I put fuel on a already tenuous situation, but how she addressed it and how she promoted it and how she went through that was unfortunate. The people.
Please don't make personal attacks on people.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. But I try to be as close and honest as I can be when I have a feeling, and I take responsibility for that. I just think it was unfortunate that tonight that some people got carried away, and again, I apologize for naming names in this case as well. But my thing is, if we don't have those conversations, that type of animosity gets built really quick. I don't want to see it. I say come, get to know the people, get to see you in service of this community and your effort, and appreciate that regardless of your disagreements or this. But conversation's important, so I appreciate that. And the mayor's probably said a few things about me, but we won't go there. But the main thing is, I do appreciate your effort. I can't always feel that I go away feeling completely satisfied you're taking a real grip on my positions, or that perhaps my positions are faulty. But thank you very much for your time.
Okay. I do. All right, and then we have a second. All in favor, say aye. We're adjourned.